Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the SimRacing Expo 2024. My name's Luke Crane, I'm one of the hosts, and I've got my very beautiful co-host here, Matt Brandt. How you doing, mate? Feeling good?
Yeah, since you mentioned me so nicely, what can I say? I feel very, very good beside you.
Wonderful
This is
news.
a love story, everybody. It's just amazing.
Nope, the real love story's over there. We know that.
That's true, but we're not going to show it here. Actually, we had a great day yesterday, and we're so looking forward for today. What do you like best yesterday?
What did I like best yesterday? I'm trying to rack my brains now.
Yeah.
I just thought that the Conspit really entered the sim racing market big time yesterday with their panel about their new products, and the price range is unbelievable for the equipment they're going to bring. So that was my highlight.
That's
what
absolutely great. Yeah, the start pretty much with Rennwelten and the AI thingies they showed up with, and of course the big announcement.
Yep, we are going stateside
crazy.
next year in March. The SimExpo, or Sim.Expo, will be going to Texas. So lots of barbecue for this big guy.
Yeah, meet you guys in Austin. Book your tickets. It's going to be amazing. So, talking about amazing shit, let's talk about today maybe, right?
Yeah, well, day 1's done. We're on day 2 now. Today we have got the ADAC Awards, which will be happening literally within the next few minutes. But unfortunately, they're not here yet, so maybe not, we don't know, but they will be doing their own award ceremony. It will be in German, so for all you German speakers out there, beautiful stuff.
Maybe they got stuck on the Autobahn, it might be.
Maybe. Yeah. We then have Asetek, which we'll be talking to Asetek and Matt Malone, one of the biggest streamers on Twitch.
Yes, we have Logitech there with Sway Almeida, taking from Real to Sim, or other way around, like, let's figure it out. Also, it's going to be a discussion, is this the golden age of sim racing? What do you think?
Well, we'll find out later on. We've got some very, very special guests that we will confirm a little bit later on. We also have the F1 Creator Series here. They're going to be doing like a podcasty panel with Tom Bunton from Gridfinder as well, so that should be fun. Some of your favorite F1 creators will be a part of that panel.
Yes, and races. We have the screen-to-speed races right here on stage. You can follow them right on the screen, so it's going to be an amazing day.
And I think probably the most exciting thing about this whole weekend, we obviously have the exclusive of being able to play Assetto Corsa Evo, and we have a panel discussing all of that later on as well.
So looking forward to that. It's just going to be amazing. So, see you in the chat.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic day, number 2. But remember, we've got an award ceremony happening very, very shortly.
See you.
For the ultimate partnership, Init Esports and Southwest Vision are teaming up to bring you SimExpo, where innovation meets the thrill of competition. The ADAC SimRacing Expo is not just evolving, it's going global. This world-renowned event is crossing the Atlantic for the first time ever, making its way to the US at South by Southwest 2025 in Austin, Texas as SimExpo. Austin, the live music capital of the world and one of the most iconic venues. The Long Center is the perfect stage for our US debut, right in the heart of downtown. South by Southwest is where the world's most creative minds gather, with over 228,000 attendees from 108 countries spanning more than 15 industries. It is a place where innovation thrives and boundaries are pushed, making it the ultimate destination to showcase your brand. This is your chance to be a part of something historic as the SimExpo makes its mark on the US for the first time. Don't miss this opportunity to join us at the start of a new era. Come and join us at the SimExpo 2025 at South by Southwest.
expert support for your sim racing setup, SimRig Support has you covered. With over 2,000 hours of experience, our team excels in diagnosing and resolving issues swiftly. Submit a ticket for remote help, send us your hardware with a prepaid label, or book an on-site visit. We handle all major brands, from wheel to PC problems. Trust SimRig Support to keep you racing.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2024 right here in the live stream, and of course right here on stage live in Dortmund. It's great to have you here, and we have the next big event coming up. It is the award ceremony of DMSB, and it's going to be taking place in German, so I switch to German now. It's die Awardverleihung des Deutschen Motorsportbunds. Die Sieger aller Rennen der deutschen Meisterschaften werden gekürt, und das nicht nur mit dem, sagen wir mal, angemessenen Prunk, sondern auch mit ganz, ganz netten Menschen, und deswegen begrüße ich jetzt auf der Bühne Jörg Hennig. Man hat gesagt, ich soll auf keinen Fall Moderatoren und Kommentatoren Legende sagen. Deswegen freue ich mich einfach, dass er so da ist. Habt ganz viel Spaß, Jörg.
Ja, vielen Dank für die Anmoderation, vielen Dank für den Beifall. Und ja, es steht heute auf dem Programm die deutsche Meisterschaftsserien, die Ehrungen des DMSB, aber auch vorgeschaltet die 4 Formel 4, die German Championship. Und so freuen wir uns, oder ich speziell freue mich, einmal heute die Jungs live zu sehen, sonst immer nur beim Kommentieren mal eingeblendet in ihren Rigs, heute mal live auf der Bühne. 4 E-Sport German Championship, die erste Ehrung, die wir vollrichten, wurde ja ausgeführt, diese Serie von der ADAC SimRacing GbR. Das ist dann zum einen der ADAC Mittelrhein, der ADAC Nordrhein und die ADAC Südbayern. Wir gemeinsam haben dieses Projekt vom Deutschen Motorsportbund quasi in der Motorenschaft übernommen und haben diese dann in der Simulation iRacing mit Formel 4 Fahrzeugen durchgeführt. Es gab 5 Veranstaltungen auf den schönsten Rennstrecken, die man sich vorstellen kann. Wir begannen auf dem Nürburgring, Zandvoort, in Italien, in Misano waren wir unterwegs, auf dem Red Bull Ring und am Ende der Saison dann das Finale noch einmal in Deutschland auf dem Hockenheimring. 5 Veranstaltungen, 10 Wertungsläufe, 30 Minuten haben wir erlebt. Und wir ehren die Besten der Besten aus der Fahrerwertung der Formel 4 E-Sport German Championship. Darf ich auf die Bühne bitten, um zu gratulieren? Auf Platz 3, Peter Biedert. Peter Biedert ging an den Start für die Mannschaft von aka Hero SimRacing, hatte 129 Punkte über die Saison eingefahren und er hat tolle Ergebnisse abgeliefert. Es gab nur 2 kleine Ausrutscher, mal mit 2 11. Plätzen, ansonsten immer vorne mit dabei gewesen und mit Sicherheit für ihn in dieser Formel 4 Serie auch unvergessen der Sieg im ersten Wertungsdurchgang in Italien, in Misano. Noch einmal, Riesenbeifall, der Drittplatzierte Peter Biedert, aka Hero SimRacing. Von einem Konkurrenzteam dürfen wir auf das Podium bitten, den Zweitplatzierten der Fahrerwertung. Er hatte nur ein paar Punkte mehr auf dem Konto, 160 an der Zahl. Er gewann aber 4 Wertungsläufe, fast immer die zweiten Durchgänge, die er gewinnen konnte. Von der Nürburgring E-Sport Bar, Finn den Clan. Ja, auch da natürlich ein Riesenbeifall für Finn Dinklen. Nürburgring E-Sport Bar, im Übrigen sei gesagt, Dankeschön an den Nürburgring, an Sebastian Fiedelack, den Geschäftsführer der E-Sport Bar auf dem Nürburgring, der uns auf dem ADAC-Stand die neuesten Simulatoren zur Verfügung gestellt hat, die im Übrigen von hier direkt in neue Center übertragen werden. Ja, es war die große Zeit von Finn Dinklen immer in den zweiten Wertungsläufen. Nürburgring beim Saisonauftakt stand er auf dem Podium Platz 3. Dann folgten allerdings 4 Siege in den zweiten Wertungsläufen in Folge. Hat immer ein bisschen gebraucht, um warm zu werden, aber dann ging so richtig die Post ab. Von der Nürburgring E-Sport Bar, der Vizemeister Finn Dinklen. Herzlichen Glückwunsch! Ja, und dann fehlt uns noch einer. Wir haben eben das Team aka Hero SimRacing aufgerufen mit dem Drittplatzierten. Sein Teamkollege, der zweifache Saisonsieger, der 6-malige Saison-Zweitplatzierte mit 192 Meisterschaftspunkten, Michael Kaibach. Michael Kaibach, herzlichen Glückwunsch. Er und sein Teamkollege von aka Hero SimRacing, die haben fast die ganzen Wertungsläufe sind wir untereinander geplaudert. Da war immer, wenn wir diese Simulatoren mit ihnen eingeblendet bekamen, immer wieder reger Verkehr, als hätten die gerade mal die Bibel vorgelesen, aber die haben sich immer ausgetauscht, bemerkenswert. Und jetzt für die besten 3 der Fahrerwertung noch einmal der ganz, ganz große Beifall. Auf 1 Michael Kaibach, auf 2 Finn Dinklen und der Drittplatzierte Peter Biedert. Ja, dann vielleicht einen Schritt nach vorne treten an den Bühnenrand, falls hier noch einer Fotos von eurer Siegerehrung machen möchte. Formel 4 E-Sport German Championship 2024, die besten 3 der Meisterschaft in der Fahrerwertung. Herzlichen Glückwunsch! Ihr dürft dann gerne wieder die Bühne verlassen, werde euch später aber noch einmal auf die Bühne bitten. Und jetzt kommen wir zur Teamwertung und da möchte ich nicht unerwähnt lassen, das Team ist heute leider nicht bei uns, die Mannschaft von Simsa eSport, vertreten in dieser Meisterschaft mit Chris Rosenkranz, der am Ende in der Fahrerwertung die 5. Position eingefahren hat. Aber wir dürfen aufrufen, das Team auf dem 2. Platz in der deutschen Meisterschaft der Formel 4 Fahrzeuge, Nürburgring eSport, Daniel Muth, leider heute nicht hier, und noch einmal Finn Dinklen. Finn, dein Pokal für die Teamwertung. Ja, auch da hat man gesagt, Formel 4 eSport German Championship, es gibt eine Teamwertung und Nürburgring eSport vertreten dort mit grandiosen Erfolgen. Wir haben es gehört von Finn Dinklen und sein Teamkollege Daniel Muth wurde am Ende der Saison 7. Platzierter in der Meisterschaft und somit gemeinsam die Vizemeister Finn Dinklen, Daniel Muth für Nürburgring eSport. Herzlichen Glückwunsch! Welches Team war unschlagbar gewesen? Die hatten insgesamt 4 verschiedene Fahrer mit im Feld unterwegs gehabt. Einer wurde Meister, einer Dritter, einer Viertplatzierter und da bleibt am Ende natürlich nur der Teamtitel übrig. Wir bitten auf die Bühne zum einen von aka Hero Sim Racing, den Teamverantwortlichen Mike Teichmann, aber ebenso Michael Kaibach und Peter Biedert. In diesem Team, das Meisterteam aka Hero Sim Racing, da war natürlich auch vertreten gewesen Mika Bug, Tim Bug, die beiden, die in Mendig zu Hause sind, konnten aber heute leider nicht hier bei der Veranstaltung dabei sein. aka Hero Sim Racing, Michael Kaibach, Peter Biedert und der Teamchef Mike Teichmann. Und wir gratulieren noch einmal auf der Position in der Fahrerwertung auf 2. Nürburgring eSport, Finn Dinklen und in Abwesenheit Daniel Muth. Auch hier bitte nach vorne zum gemeinsamen Gruppenfoto. Dankeschön. Wenn wir Michael Kaibach auch gerade schon ja bei uns auf der Bühne haben, mein lieber Michael, möchten wir dir ganz herzlich gratulieren, denn in der Formel 4 German Championship hat man gesagt, wer ist derjenige, der die meisten Pole Positions einfährt. Und auch der wird heute noch einmal extra gewertet. Von aka Hero Sim Racing, den Pole Position Award, den bekommt Michael Kaibach. Ja, da hat speziell Michael Kaibach heute mal richtig abgeräumt. Michael, auch dazu noch einmal herzlichen Glückwunsch von mir. Formel 4 eSport German Championship, der Pole Award an Michael Kaibach. Und mit diesem Abschlussbild dürfen wir uns von der Ehrung der Formel 4 eSport German Championship für heute auch verabschieden. Wir hoffen auf eine neue Saison. Wir hoffen auch dann, dass ihr wieder mit dabei seid. Und eins sei auch noch gesagt, einer hat in dieser Serie besonders viel Arbeit. Das war der verantwortliche Rennleiter Dominik Ramp und derjenige, der das Safety Car fährt. Denn das Safety Car kam sehr oft zum Einsatz. Es waren wirklich die jungen Wilden, die wir hier erlebt haben. Aber wer nicht riskiert, der nicht gewinnt, der bildet sich nicht weiter. Nochmal vielen Dank für die tollen Rennen, die wir gemeinsam mit euch gestalten durften. Dankeschön und herzlichen Glückwunsch. Von der Formel 4 gehen wir dann in den Tourenwagen und GT-Sport hinein. Und hier beginnen wir jetzt mit der Ehrung vom DSRC German Championship, also auch die Meisterschaftssiegerehrung des DMSB, des Deutschen Motorsportbundes. Die DSRC-Serie wurde auch ausgerichtet von der ADAC SimRacing GbR. Ich habe eben die teilnehmenden Regionalclubs schon gesagt. Wir fuhren in der Simulation iRacing und wir fuhren ausnahmslos in der Klasse der GT3-Fahrzeuge. Die Veranstaltungen, 6 an der Zahl, wurden gefahren mit insgesamt 12 Einzelwertungsläufen. Es gab ja vorgeschaltet immer das 20-minütige Hypersprint-Race und das Main Race. Und für beide, Hypersprint wie auch Main Race, wurde ein separates Qualifikationstraining gefahren. 6 Veranstaltungen. Zandvoort, wir begannen in den Niederlanden. Wir gingen nach Großbritannien, nach Silverstone, nach Deutschland zum Nürburgring. Portimao in Portugal war der 4. Wertungslauf. Mugello in Italien der 5. und das Finale auf dem Hockenheimring. Und hier dürfen wir auch die Bestplatzierten natürlich gratulieren. Und wir beginnen erst einmal mit der Fahrerwertung. Und auch da war ein Fahrer mit vertreten, den wir eben schon auf der Bühne hatten, der in dieser DMSB-Serie im Sprintformat der Drittplatzierte der Meisterschaft wurde. Von aka Hero SimRacing auf 911 GT3R Porsche. Platz 3, Peter Biedert. Wer viel fährt, wer gut fährt, bekommt auch viel Ehre. Er hat allerdings in dieser Saison keinen einzigen Sieg in dieser Serie auf seinem Konto. Das brauchst du auch nicht, denn er war mit schöner Regelmäßigkeit immer unter den besten, zumindest mal besten 5, bis auf den großen Ausrutscher in Deutschland auf dem Nürburgring. Plätze jenseits von Gut und Böse, aber auch das muss man einmal hinnehmen können. Auch das macht am Ende dann einen richtigen digitalen Rennfahrer aus. Unvergessen mit Sicherheit das Finale auf dem Hockenheimring, wo er letztendlich mit dem 2. Platz im 2. Durchgang seinen 3. Platz der Meisterschaft festigen konnte. 911 GT3R Porsche, aka Hero SimRacing Pilot Peter Biedert, der Drittplatzierte. Ja, und ich glaube, ihr wisst es ja auch ganz genau, es ist nicht nur das Rennen, die Zeit und das Training, die man an diesem einen Abend aufbringen muss. Nein, es ist natürlich die Entwicklung, die über tagelanges Training im Vorfeld sich erst einmal angeeignet werden muss. Fahrzeugabstimmung, auch das muss man lernen. Und das konnte auch einer sehr gut, der heute aus verständlichen Gründen nicht da ist, der Vizemeister aus Amerika. Wir waren international mit dem Feld besetzt von M&J Downforce, Sean Campbell, leider wie gesagt nicht da, der die ersten 4 Wertungsläufe für sich hat entscheiden können, und auch der Meister. Das ist auch erklärbar. Der ist heute auf dem Hockenheimring unterwegs im Real Motorsport. Er fährt ja auch das ADAC GT4 Germany, Jan-Philipp Springhoff, der in einem Herzschlagfinale mit einem einzigen Meisterschaftspunkt Vorsprung Meister auf Sean Campbell wurde. Campbell konnte beim Finale nicht antreten und Jan-Philipp Springhoff. Es war wirklich so, ich glaube, die vorletzte Runde, wo er von 4 auf 3 gefahren ist, und damit war er dann auf einmal der Meister. Den beiden in Abwesenheit natürlich noch einmal von dieser Stelle auch herzlichen Glückwunsch. Auch dir, vielleicht auch noch einmal nach vorne. Lass es dir gut gehen vorne am Rand der Bühne, mein Lieber. Und dann gibt es auch noch von ihm ein verdientes Siegerehrungsfoto. Tolle Leistung, und gerade so ein junger Mann auf der Bühne darf das Ganze jetzt mal aufsaugen, und das gibt Motivation für weitere unzählige Stunden im Simulator und Motivation, dass wir dich auch dann in vielen weiteren Wertungsläufen erleben dürfen. Nochmal herzlichen Glückwunsch und Dankeschön. In dieser Serie der Sprintmeisterschaft mit dem Hypersprint, mit dem Main Race, haben wir natürlich auch eine Teamwertung. Und die besten 3 in der Teamwertung dürfen wir nach vorne bitten. Die besten 3 Teams natürlich mit allen Fahrern, die an diesem Samstag hier auf der 10. ADAC SimRacing Expo auch dabei sind, und mit dem Teamverantwortlichen. Auf Platz 3 in der Teamwertung. Man hatte einen Vorsprung auch nur von etwas über knapp 14, 15 Punkten oder Rückstand auf die Zweitplatzierten. Wir gratulieren. Auf Platz 3 MGR eSport mit Daniel Berger, Marlon Schmidt, Sascha Ziefle und dem Teamverantwortlichen Jan-Philipp Raber. Leider fehlt einer vom Team, das ist Daniel Berger, aber ihr werdet ihn natürlich auch dementsprechend gratulieren. Also MGR eSport, Daniel Berger leider nicht dabei, aber Marlon Schmidt, Sascha Ziefle und der Teamverantwortliche Jan-Philipp Raber. Es war eine hauchdünne Entscheidung gewesen, aber wir haben heute ja auch schon gehört im Formel 4, das Team aka Hero SimRacing. Und die waren auch mit geballter Macht dabei gewesen in der Sprintserie des Deutschen Motorsportbundes. Auf Platz 2 aka Hero SimRacing mit Peter Biedert, Michael Kaibach, Tizian Grau und Mike Teichmann. Leider fehlt von diesem Team heute bei der Siegerehrung Tizian Grau, aber auch dort werden natürlich von Mike Teichmann, dem Teamverantwortlichen, die Glückwünsche an seinen dritten Fahrer hier übermittelt. Peter Biedert, Michael Kaibach, Tizian Grau und der Teamchef Mike Teichmann für die Mannschaft von AKA Hero SimRacing. Unsere Glückwünsche. Ja, jetzt fehlt noch ein Team, was dann normalerweise in der Mitte Platz nehmen sollte. Aber mir wurde eben gesagt, das Team ist leider nicht hier bei der Ehrung anwesend. M&J Downforce. Warum? M&J Downforce, die sind ja auch in verschiedenen realen Motorsportserien unterwegs. Heute ist auf dem Nürburgring die Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. M&J Downforce ist ja im Nachbarort vom Nürburgring zu Hause und die sind natürlich auch heute dort im Einsatz. Aber wir dürfen erwähnen, das Meisterteam M&J Downforce mit dem Mann aus Amerika, Jacques Campbell, mit Jonas Gundert und Jan-Philipp Springer. Auch hier in Abwesenheit unsere herzlichsten Glückwünsche. Ja, ihr bleibt bitte auch noch gerade für ein schönes Bild auf der Bühne, denn ich möchte nicht unerwähnt lassen, dass es auch in dieser Serie einen Pole Position Award gegeben hat. Ein Fahrer, der heute auch leider nicht da ist, auf dem 911er GT3R Porsche der 992er Generation, der war der Bestplatzierte aus Sicht der gefahrenen Pole Positions. Von Instinct Racing würden wir gerne persönlich gratulieren, aber wir gratulieren in Abwesenheit Matthias Zimmer zum Pole Award. Dankeschön. Die Speicherkarten sind gefüllt mit euren Bildern, mit eurem Erfolg, mit den Pokalen für die Teamchefs. Herzlichen Glückwunsch dem Team auf der 2. und 3. Position. Die Sprintserie. Ich habe es gesagt, in der Sprintserie fuhren wir ja 20 Minuten Hypersprint, anschließend ein 60-minütiges Rennen, jeweils vorgeschaltet eine Zeittrainingssitzung und in der deutschen Meisterschaftsserie der Endurance. Dort haben wir das Ganze auch gestaltet mit der ADAC SimRacing GBR, mit dem ADAC Mittelrhein, dem ADAC Nordrhein und dem ADAC Südbayern. Die sportliche Ausrichtung oblag Gunnar Miesen. Wenn ihr irgendwelche Informationen an diesem Wochenende noch haben möchtet von diesen Serien, Gunnar Miesen ist natürlich auch für euch dabei heute beim Stand des ADACs vorne direkt auf dieser Seite am Eingang. Die Simulation auch hier, iRacing war angesagt, aber wir haben unterschiedliche Klassen gefahren, Multiclass-System mit der GT3-Klasse, mit der Cup-2-Klasse und ja, einer meiner Lieblingsklassen, die 2-Liter-Klasse der SP3T-Fahrzeuge. Das Ganze schön erkennbar für die Freunde im YouTube-Channel, wo das Ganze gestreamt wurde mit immens vielen Besuchern, die sich dort immer wieder eingewählt haben, aufgrund der unterschiedlichen Startnummern. Vorgeschaltete Nummern, dass wir auch erkennen konnten, zweistellige GT3, die 100er Nummer, die Cup 2 und die 200 Nummern der SP3T-Klasse. Wir waren unterwegs in Amerika, in Italien, nochmals in Amerika und dann gab es 2 Strecken, die als sogenannte Voting-Strecken in die Geschichte eingegangen sind mit Road America und Nürburgring, 24-Stunden-Variante, das große Finale. Wir ehren im Teamsport die Drittplatzierten. Und hier gehen unsere Glückwünsche an Pro Sport, SimRacing Red, vertreten mit den Fahrern auf der Strecke mit Viktor Brell und Nils Röttle, hier und heute vertreten mit dem Teamleiter Sascha Rubel. Pro Sport, SimRacing, Sascha Rubel bekommt als Teamleiter den Pokal für den 3. Platz in der Teamwertung überreicht. Leider muss ich sagen, Viktor Brell und Nils Röttle nicht dabei. Nils Röttle ist ja auch einer, der immer wieder im Bergrennsport, im digitalen Bergrennsport unterwegs ist, aber ich glaube, bei allen Veranstaltungen im realen Bergrennsport auch dort ist, darf allerdings dort noch gar nicht an den Start gehen, ist erst 14, 15 Jahre jung, aber da haben wir einen ganz großen, den wir für die Zukunft bei uns auf der Liste definitiv haben. Eingesetzt wurde in diesem Team der GT3, der Mercedes AMG GT3. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Pro Sport, SimRacing Red, Sascha Rubel, der Drittplatzierte der Teamwertung in der Endurance-Meisterschaft. Ihm zur Seite, Sascha, stellen wir natürlich die Zweitplatzierten der Teamwertung. Wir haben Multiklassrennen gehabt, so also nicht nur GT3, sondern auch die SP3T-Klasse. Hyundai Veloster NTC. Das N steht für eine Hommage an den Nürburgring, so wie auf dem Nürburgring auch die Zieleingangskurve Hyundai-N-Kurve heißt. Auch da das N für Nürburgring, muss man großen Respekt einmal aussprechen. Wir gratulieren der zweitplatzierten Mannschaft, die Truppe von Kala eSport TCR1, und bitten auf die Bühne Dominik Gisela, Tim Reinhardt, Carsten Gisela. Der letztgenannte ist doch zugleich der Teamleiter des Teams von Kala eSport. Herzlichen Glückwunsch! Ein in der SP3T-Klasse sehr, sehr erfolgsverwöhntes Team, die Kala-Mannschaft, die dort ja immer wieder in geballter Macht auftritt. Aber ich glaube, wenn ich mich richtig zurückerinnere, habt ihr auch mittlerweile in den anderen Klassen eure Fahrzeuge eingesetzt. Aber Hyundai, absolute Bombe in der SP3T-Klasse. Super Team, und da gab es ja tatsächlich Punktgleichheit bei allen drei in der Teamwertung in den unterschiedlichen Kategorien. Aber irgendwo gibt es ein Reglement nach der Majorität der besseren Plätze und so weiter. Hier haben wir die Vizemeister. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Kala eSport TCR1. Ein Team, welches wir heute noch gar nicht erwähnt haben, wurde Meister in der Teamwertung bei der deutschen Meisterschaft der Endurance-Serie. Wir dürfen auf das Podium bitten. Hexagon SimRacing mit Tom Ostermann und Carsten Wiedenhöfer, der Fahrer wie auch Teamchef in dem Team ist, auf dem 911er GT3R Porsche. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, die Meister Hexagon SimRacing. ...140 Rennminuten hatten wir immer auf dem Programm stehen. Diese Rennen, die im Übrigen auch sehr, sehr viel von Taktik geprägt waren, denn es gab einen Pflichtboxenstopp, der in diesem Rennen angetreten werden musste mit einer Mindeststandzeit von 30 Sekunden. Und immer wieder war es auch in der ersten Rennhälfte so, dass man sich belauert hat. Wer ist ein bisschen in Spritsparmodus unterwegs, wer schont die Reifen vielleicht ein bisschen mehr, mal was länger dort hinterbleiben. Aber dann jedes Mal eine fulminante Schlussphase in der GT3, in der Cup 2 und in der SP3T-Klasse. Euch, die Bestplatzierten in der Teamwertung, nochmals herzlichen Glückwunsch und einen großen Beifall für eure Leistung. Vielleicht auch hier die Bitte, dass ihr einen kleinen Schritt nach vorne geht, dass wir auch von euch hier noch einmal am Ende der Ehrung ein schönes Foto bekommen, was natürlich auch von den ADAC-Verantwortlichen hier gemacht wird. Denn der ADAC hat ja die Promotorenschaft im Simracing vom Deutschen Motorsportbund übernommen. So also auch der Ausrichter gewesen, der DMSB SimRacing Championship im Endurance-Format. Vielen Dank. Nochmals herzlichen Glückwunsch, und wir haben hier heute noch einen großen Auftritt, dürfen wir auch mal drüber sprechen. Wir fahren heute auf dem ADAC-Stand heute Nachmittag noch Rock, Race of Champion. Dort gehen wir dann mit dem kleinen Franzosen und 1300er Renault an den Start mit 200 PS. Ausscheidungsrennen wird es geben bis hin zum großen Finale. Da werden diese Herren auch allesamt mit von der Partie sein. Wir haben aber auch in der Teamwertung die Pro-AM-Wertung. Wir haben das Ganze ein bisschen aufgeteilt in die diversen Wertungen, und die drittplatzierte Mannschaft auf dem Hyundai Veloster NTC der Pro-AM-Wertung dürfen wir aufs Podium bitten. Daytona, Mugello, Sebring, Road America, Nürburgring in der Variante der Gesamtstrecke wurde gefahren. RGB, das steht für die Renngemeinschaft Bergisch Gladbach, bei Smiller eSport, Tommy Lücklammer, Jeremy Baumarkt, Finn Zilges, Leon Hauf, unsere Glückwünsche. Auch hier wird der Teampokal von einer ADAC-Verantwortlichen überreicht, und der geht an Tommy Lücklammer und Jeremy Baumarkt, denn Finn Zilges und Leon Hauf können heute leider nicht mit von der Partie sein. Und Tommy, mach mal einen Daumen hoch hier, am besten den rechten. Ihr seht, er hat eine kleine Verletzung. Das kommt bitteschön nicht von einem Simulator fahren. Das kommt auch nicht vom realen Motorsport, denn er fährt ja auch schon in den Niederlanden im Tourenwagensport mit. Mit 15 gefühlten Jahren ist er dort unterwegs und im Laufe der Woche, der nächsten Woche, kommt der Gips ab und dann steht noch das große Finale in Zandvoort auf dem Programm. Tommeluk Lammer, und da wünschen wir dir, deinem Team, auch für das Finale alles Gute. Wenn du dort antrittst gegen 50 gleichwertige Fahrzeuge und fährst dort regelmäßig unter die Top 10, dann weiß man, hier werden wir von Tommeluk Lammer, der aus dem Kartsport kommt, in den Tourenwagensport über den digitalen Motorsport eingestiegen ist, noch vieles in Zukunft hören. Und bei Jeremy Baumert muss man sagen, auch da ist die Zukunft vorprogrammiert, denn sein Vater Ulfried Baumert ist ja über viele Jahre auch aktiver Rennfahrer, ist auch einer, der, ich möchte mal fast sagen, grob das halbe Jahr über an der Südspitze in Italien unterwegs ist zu Testfahrten. Ulfried Baumert, der dabei ist, einige Teams aufzubauen, von denen wir mit Sicherheit in Zukunft noch einiges im digitalen Motorsport hören werden. Tommeluk Lammer, Jeremy Baumert, RGB bei Smiller eSport, die Drittplatzierten der Pro-AM-Teamwertung. Herzlichen Glückwunsch euch beiden. Ihr bleibt bitte bei uns auf der Bühne, denn wir haben ja auch noch zu Ehren 911er GT3 Cup Porsche, die Pro-AM Zweitplatzierten in der Teamwertung der Meisterschaft. Und da dürfen wir ein Team ehren, was ja vom Namen her aus dem Motoball kommt. Also mit 3 oder umgebauten Enduro-Motorrädern, mit einem Riesenball ist man dort dann auf den Sportplätzen auch der Welt unterwegs. Und hier gehen unsere Glückwünsche an den MSC Puma Kuppenheim mit Leonhard Ziegler, Dennis Viehmann und der Teamleiter ist auch Fahrer Leonhard Ziegler. Und Leonhard Ziegler, der ist der Einzige, der dieses Team hier vertritt, weil Dennis Viehmann leider absagen musste für die heutige Veranstaltung. Und Leonhard, auch noch einmal Glückwünsche an den MSC Puma Kuppenheim, der in diesem Jahr wieder deutscher Motoballmeister wurde. Ich glaube, so zum 14., 15. Mal. Also ihr habt eine tolle Mannschaft und ich finde es ja auch gerade bemerkenswert. Ein Sportverein, der was mit Ball zu tun hat, hat eine eigene Sim-Sportabteilung. Und ich glaube, damit ist auch der Stellenwert mal ganz groß zu benennen. Wenn es sowas gibt, dann mal ganz großes Kompliment. Und großes Kompliment Leonhard Ziegler, der Vizemeister in der Pro-AM-Teamwertung mit dem MSC Puma Kuppenheim. Meisterteam, Pro-AM-Teamwertung. Wir haben heute dieses Team auch schon einmal erwähnt. Wir haben den Teamleiter auf der Bühne und jetzt dürfen wir ganz herzlich gratulieren. Pro-Sport SimRacing Red TCR. Sie gehen mit dem Hyundai Veloster NTC an den Start. Unsere Glückwünsche Joachim Hummel, Tobias Winkler und Sascha Rubel. Joachim Hummel geht auf die Bühne, der Teamleiter Sascha Rubel geht auf die Bühne. Leider konnte Tobias Winkler heute nicht mit von der Partie sein, aber Pro-Sport SimRacing Red. Dann haben wir eben die Mannschaft von Kala eSport erwähnt und diese beiden Teams, die haben es sich so richtig gegeben in der SP3T-Klasse, immer mit unterschiedlichen Ergebnissen und hier haben wir wirklich ein Siegerteam von Italien Mugello und Amerika Sebring. Dort haben die Herren das Ganze rocken können. Dann hat man so ein bisschen verwachst beim Finale auf dem Nürburgring, dort der 5. Platz in der TCR-Wertung, in der SP3T-Wertung, aber wir sind wieder dabei, nehme ich mal an, im nächsten Jahr. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Das Meisterteam Pro-Sport SimRacing Pro-Sport SimRacing TCR, so muss es heißen, mit Joachim Hummel und Sascha Rubel. Unsere Glückwünsche. Und jetzt können wir vielleicht noch einmal hier schön Platz nehmen. Das Siegerteam in die Mitte, die Zweiten dann hier auf die Seite, wo mein Tisch steht und die beiden Drittplatzierten auf die andere Seite. Das ist noch einmal ein schönes Foto von der Teamwertung der Pro-AM-Wertung im DMSB SimRacing Championship im Endurance-Format. Unsere Glückwünsche an euch. Ja, vielen Dank. Es gab ja, wie ich eingangs erwähnt habe, auch eine Klassenvielfalt mit GT3, mit Cup 2 und mit SP3T. Und wir kommen zur Ehrung der Klassensieger. Klassensieger wurde am Ende der Saison, kamen noch einmal 2 Siege zum Vorschein in Rotamerika und Nürburgring Gesamt. Nils Röttle, Viktor Brill waren die beiden Fahrer. Pro Sport, SimRacing Red. Auf die Bühne darf ich bitten den Teamchef, den Teamleiter Sascha Rubel. Sascha Rubel nimmt den Pokal in Empfang für seine beiden Fahrer Viktor Brill und Nils Röttle, die heute beide leider nicht hier sein können. Ich habe eben schon über beide etwas berichtet und er bleibt natürlich hier auf der Bühne. Klassensieger der GT3-Klasse, Teamleiter Sascha Rubel, und eingesetzt wurde kein Porsche, kein Ferrari, kein McLaren, sondern der Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Klassensieger der GT3 Pro Sport SimRacing Red. Ihm zur Seite stellen wir natürlich das Klassensiegerteam der Cup 2-Klasse, wo wir mit dem Cup Porsche am Start gewesen sind. Herzlichen Glückwunsch geht an Hexagon SimRacing, die insgesamt 3 Siege haben einfahren können in einer Serie, die 5 Wertungsläufe umfasst hat. Hexagon SimRacing mit Tom Ostermann und Carsten Wiedenhöfer. Ja, Carsten Wiedenhöfer, Fahrer und Teamchef in Personalunion, 288 Punkte. Direkt mal zum Saisonauftakt hat man in der Cup 2-Klasse das Ganze mit 2 Siegen in Folge bestimmen können. Da war die Ausgangslage abgeliefert. Dann folgte kurze Zeit später beim 4. Wertungslauf noch einmal ein Sieg bei der Strecke Road America und am Ende Platz 7 Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke. Und sie wurden Cup 2 Meister. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Hexagon SimRacing. Und wenn wir von der SP3T-Klasse sprechen, vom Klassensiegerteam, dann dürfen wir auf Platz 1 erwähnen Carla eSport TCR1 mit Dominik Gisela, Tim Reinhardt, Carsten Gisela, Hyundai Veloster NTC. Herzlichen Glückwunsch! Ja, eben durften wir schon euer Konkurrenzteam gratulieren in der Pro-AM-Wertung. Jetzt sind wir ja in der Klassenwertung der SP3T-Fahrzeuge. 5 Wertungsläufe, Langstreckenformat 140 Minuten. 3 Siege hat man mit dem Carla eSport-Team TCR1 einfahren können. Es waren nie überlegene Siege. Man hielt sich in der Anfangsphase immer so ein bisschen zurück, aber dann hat man am Ende noch einmal richtig aufgedreht. Und so dürfen wir gratulieren, den Klassensieger der 2 Liter turbobefeuerten Klasse der SP3Ts auf dem Hyundai Veloster NTC, Carla eSport. Herzlichen Glückwunsch! Und jetzt bleibt ihr bitte auf der Bühne. Wir runden das Ganze ab, denn wir haben in der Fahrerwertung Gesamtklassement die besten beiden Fahrer auf der Bühne zu ehren. Und die gingen an den Start für die Mannschaft von Hexagon SimRacing. Fuhren einen 911er GT3 RK Porsche. Das hier sind die Gesamtsieger. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Riesenbeifall. Tom Ostermann und Carsten Wiedenhöfer. Euch beiden herzlichen Glückwunsch, Tom Ostermann, Carsten Wiedenhöfer, und ihr beiden geht doch mal zu einem denkwürdigen Foto. So könnt ihr euch noch einmal dort vorne in Szene bringen, alleine ablichten lassen. Die Gesamtsieger in der Fahrerwertung für die Mannschaft von Hexagon SimRacing auf dem 911er Porsche, Tom Ostermann, Carsten Wiedenhöfer. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, 3 Saisonsiege, 1 zweiter Platz, und am Ende hat man es ein bisschen ruhiger getan. Da fuhr man noch einmal auf Platz 7, easy und locker über die Nordschleife, weil man sich sicher war, der Titel ist uns nicht mehr zu holen. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Hexagon SimRacing, mit den beiden Besten in der Fahrerwertung, Tom Ostermann und Carsten Wiedenhöfer. Aber wir wollen nicht vergessen, das gemeinsame Foto natürlich von der vorgegangenen Klassensiegerehrung. Dort noch einmal die besten 3 Teams aus der GT3, aus der Cup 2 und aus der SP3T-Klasse. Euch herzlichen Glückwunsch. Ja, ein tolles Abschlussbild, denn das war die Ehrung hier auf der Hauptbühne. Wir haben heute Nachmittag um 12:30 Uhr noch eine Ehrung auf dem ADAC-Stand. Und was ganz besonders und wichtig und schön sein wird, wir fahren heute Race of Champion auf dem ADAC-Stand. Wir würden uns freuen, wenn ihr alle vorbeischaut. Auf der Großbildleinwand könnt ihr euch das Ganze anschauen. Und da sind die Herren heute auch mit dabei, aber noch viele andere, die wir dann um 12:30 Uhr auf unserem ADAC-Stand ehren werden. Vielen Dank dafür, dass ihr der Ehrung hier beigewohnt habt. Ihr wisst alle, YouTube einschalten, dort haben wir die Wertungsläufe, auch der DMSB-Serien, der Formel 4-Serien und so weiter. Schaut rein und dann gebt auch dort eure Kommentare ab und noch einmal ein Dankeschön, dass ihr heute der Siegerehrung beigewohnt habt. Bis später, wenn ihr dann zum Stand des ADACs kommt. Dankeschön.
Need expert support for your sim racing setup? SimRig Support has you covered. With over 2,000 hours of experience, our team excels in diagnosing and resolving issues swiftly. Submit a ticket for remote help, send us your hardware with a prepaid label, or book an on-site visit. We handle all major brands, from wheel to PC problems. Trust SimRig Support to keep you racing.
Happen for the ultimate partnership. Init Esports and Southwest Vision are teaming up to bring you SimExpo, where innovation meets the thrill of competition. The ADAC SimRacing Expo is not just evolving, it's going global. This world-renowned event is crossing the Atlantic for the first time ever, making its way to the US at South by Southwest 2025 in Austin, Texas as SimExpo. Austin, the live music capital of the world and one of the most iconic venues. The Long Center is the perfect stage for our US debut, right in the heart of downtown. South by Southwest is where the world's most creative minds gather, with over 228,000 attendees from 108 countries spanning more than 15 industries. It is a place where innovation thrives and boundaries are pushed, making it the ultimate destination to showcase your brand. This is your chance to be a part of something historic as the SimExpo makes its mark on the US for the first time. Don't miss this opportunity to join us at the start of a new era. Come and join us at the SimExpo 2025 at South by Southwest.
Andre here, and we've got Matt Malone, internationally famous Matt Malone, although Asetek man isn't here either, so never seen you in the same room. So if you just give a little introduction about yourselves, that'd be wonderful.
Yep, I'm Matt Malone. I stream iRacing. Not right now, though. So, but yeah, I've been streaming iRacing for over 10 years now, and got on board with Asetek in May, and we've been working together and just been having a blast. I quit my job of over 20 years to do it full time now, so it's been an absolute dream.
All right, my name is Andre. I'm relying on him to quit my job that I've had for 25 years. I'm still not there, but yes, I'm the founder of Asetek, and what we actually do for a living, which is not sim racing yet, unfortunately. We make liquid cooling for gaming computers, so that's really our core business. I've been racing myself for many years, and then I guess 4 or 5 years back, I got annoyed enough with my own home simulator that I basically spoke to my team, and we believed we could do it better. Whether we have, I'll leave up to you guys, but we are pretty new still. It's 3 years ago we launched our Invicta pedals, first product ever, and the day before yesterday we launched our Invicta steering wheel. So yeah.
Well, that is the main reason why, what I want to hear anyway, about the new wheel. Can you just give us a little description about it and what makes it special?
Yeah, so there are a lot of really great high-end wheels out on the market now. 2-3 years ago, not so much, but today there are, and compliments to all our colleagues for that. I think what set our steering wheel aside here is, first of all, the business model. Very inspired by the supercar market or the hypercar market. I don't know when you bought your last Pagani, but when you go online and order the new Invicta wheel, I think there's like 51,000 options. So you can pick the handles, the material of the handles, the paddles, the button color, what type of carbon you want. You can do all of that, and then we will actually hand build it for you in Denmark and ship it right to you. There's even my appreciation card with my signature in there. So it's a really hand-built product. Other than that, most of the steering wheels on the market today, they rely on SimHub software. Nothing wrong with that, but many first-time users, they don't have the skill nor the interest to go in and configure their own dash and use this very advanced software. So we have taken the best of both worlds. We have our own 60 Hz high-resolution screen that we developed and integrated into our own software. So you can do all kinds of customization within our software. It's very easy to use. And then on top of that, we also have SimHub support. So we offer what everybody else is offering as well. And then it just looks damn sexy.
Well, we've seen you here at the Expo for the last few years, and I've been watching you for many years. We've become friends over the last 5 years for sure. But how did you two begin the relationship that you have currently?
I can take that one, because you probably don't even remember. It's actually fun. We have a TV celebrity in Denmark that's very well known, big followers, and he happened to be sim racing as well, and I happened to know him. And then he said, you know, this Matt Malone guy, he's crazy. He's just like you, Andre. You should hook up with him. And then it was not me personally who did it, but it was actually this guy, Jakob is his name, that set up the introduction. So that's actually how it started.
Well, yeah, and I had an email, and I'm like, somebody trying to send me equipment. I don't want to deal with it. You got to redo your whole rig. And they're like, no, we'll send you out the equipment. You can try it. I'm like, okay, fine. And then I got it all hooked up, and I'm like, wow, there is a difference. And I was just blown away. And when you want to work with a company, you got to believe in the company. And I believe that it's just really high-end stuff. And at my age and the amount of time I've been sim racing, you want the best stuff. and you got to put an exclamation point on the software for this new wheel with the dashes. I think that's very important that you get the dashes right in the software. I think that is one of the biggest points, and it really needs to be driven home, because that is the most important thing for me. Because SimHub, when you open it up, I'm like, I don't know, somebody help me. But the RaceHub software is beautiful. But I just wanted to say it.
Well, I'm going to give you the chance to brag here as a father myself. Your lad has had an incredible year. You've bought the car that you've won a championship in this season. So if you want to talk us through the incredible year you've had so far.
Thanks. Yeah. So the LMP car that you see on our booth, it's actually not something we borrowed from someone and put some nice Asetek Simsports stickers on. It is a car we race ourselves, our own engineers, our own employees, and yes, it happens to be my son that's driving it, and of course I'm proud of that. And he's been driving for many years now, been racing for many years. Asetek Simsports is not a racing team. So therefore, we do it kind of low-key in the sense that we do not go outside Denmark. But we have raced in Denmark this year, won all rounds, all qualifyings, and for those who say, yeah, it's not really that competitive in Denmark, we did 3 new track records this year on the Danish tracks. And as some of you know, there are a few other fast racing drivers from Denmark who's been driving on these tracks traditionally. So we are really happy about that, and our products is really about real racing. It's not about borrowing a race car and putting it on a standoff on a trade show. You see the features, you recognize the features in our software, in our hardware, that you can go and apply from the real race car. So we are racers.
Absolutely. And what about your year, Matt? Obviously, you've just transitioned from having a real job, if you like. Now you're a full-time streamer.
Yeah, I mean, I would always do the dual situation. Sim racing and streaming was always just a side gig, you know, a hobby. And I got to the point where I could turn it into an actual thing, you know, full time. And so with the help of Asetek and with the help of the community, obviously, it all starts from the community. If the community wasn't there for me, then you wouldn't know about me and we wouldn't be working together. So I appreciate the community first and foremost, and now I can play iRacing and sim, you know, it's just streaming full time. I mean, it's absolutely wonderful. We got a good schedule. I'm home with the kids. I absolutely love it, and I just look forward to what else we can do as far as in the sim racing world, what it's going to blossom into. Because, I mean, this is the biggest expo so far. We're only 10 years in. It's the early stages.
And we're coming to America next year, announced yesterday.
That's right.
So, yeah, right in your back garden. Well, a little bit further away than that. So you've been in sim racing for a very long time, a little bit more recent for you. But how has the landscape changed from when you first got involved to present day?
Well, I think, as I said, it's only 3 years since we entered and launched our first product, and for sure a lot of things have changed already. I would say mainly a lot of new entrants into the space. I would also say price points have been fairly stable in the high end, but I would say in the low end, when we launched our La Prima series, it's a €1,000 bundle or something like that for a steering wheel and a wheelbase and pedals, high quality. That was actually pretty cheap. Nowadays, that's still pretty high end. So for sure, I think what's going on with this market right now, it's becoming much more mainstream. Bigger players are entering, and the prices have been going down for the last 3 years.
How's it changed for you, Matt?
The equipment and the amount of people that are sim racing. I remember on iRacing years ago where you'd be lucky to get into a race with other people. I mean, you'd have to drive like GT3 cars to get 60 people in on a race. And now, any time of day, anything you want, you're joining. It's multiple splits. It's good competition. The more people you have, there's more people that are about your same skill level. So then you're able to race against people closely, more competitively. Because it doesn't matter if you're battling for first or 14th. If you're with someone that's about your same skill level, it's just a blast. So I think with direct drive coming in, and it's mostly the standard now, with all this equipment at varying different price levels, it gets more people in, it's more mainstream, more people onto the Sims, and we can enjoy our hobby even more because it's about the community. Look, you can only hot lap for so long. Eventually you got to race against people, and they need to be there. So it's in that way, it's really blossomed as well.
How do you see the landscape of sim racing currently? What state are we in?
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
In what state do you think sim racing is in? Is it in a good place?
Yeah, I absolutely believe so. There's a lot of people getting their eyes up to it and or open to it. And you know, in any tech industry, you have the early adopters, the high-end enthusiasts. Yesterday, I mean, we've only been here for 3 years. Yesterday, one of our customers came with his steering wheel in his bag, brought it to me and said, "Hey, Andre, will you sign it and get a picture?" And that was actually quite humbling. I was like, "Whoa, that's crazy that we have people out there that like us so much that they want my autograph." So that's the high-end space, which is, of course, very rewarding to be a part of, but also very difficult, because in the high-end space, people have all kind of wishes and ideas, and you can't meet them all. So that's the high end of the space. In the lower end of the space, I started out on a Logitech wheel myself, and for real racing purposes, went up the stack, and I think it's great that we both have this super high-end racy thing, as well as we have the more mainstream.
Breaking news, talking about the lower end stuff. Now, we got the Invicta wheel that just released. Everyone loves it. It's beautiful. But what about something lower? There may be something in the works for something lower than the La Prima. Can we share any details about that?
It's a bit late that you've basically just announced it.
It's a different side of the scale, different part of the ladder.
Who told you that? No, it's right. We have a lot of customers who I would not say they complain that our stuff is too expensive, but it may be not affordable to them. So we have actually been working for quite some time on let's call it a true entry-level series that will be able to compete with the lower-cost guys. You would still see it's an Asetek product, you will still see the ID, you'll still feel the quality and all of that, but it will be a significantly lower price point than we are at right now. And then hopefully at launch, it also will have console support. We sent out a stock exchange release last week that we have signed a license agreement, so we will also be available on consoles. And I think on that point, I have a lot of wealthy friends who have supercars and all kind of stuff. They have typically a sim in their garage, and then when their friends get over, they boot up their PC, and then they wait for Windows to update, and then driver 1 is failing, driver 2 is failing, and they get frustrated. So for these guys, console does not necessarily mean low-end hardware. They just want a smooth and easy experience. So I think that will be our spot here, that we will try to introduce, yes, the lower cost series, but also, if at all possible, our current products or current price ranges, that we will also have high-end products for console gamers.
That's huge. That's huge.
So what does the future hold for you then, Matt? Obviously, you've come all the way from America to the Expo, which is awesome to see. But what does the future hold for you? You're in your first year of doing it full time. What we expect to see on the Twitch channel?
More streaming, more racing. Just keep doing what I love, and maybe more events like this. I know there's some stuff in America coming up that you mentioned. But yeah, just doing what I love and doing more of it. I can't get enough.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for your time, guys. Really do appreciate it. We will be back in about 15 minutes where we will have the F1 Creator Series having their own little podcast here, so that'll be fun.
All right. Thank you.
expert support for your sim racing setup, SimRig Support has you covered. With over 2,000 hours of experience, our team excels in diagnosing and resolving issues swiftly. Submit a ticket for remote help, send us your hardware with a prepaid label, or book an on-site visit. We handle all major brands, from wheel to PC problems. Trust SimRig Support to keep you racing.
Happen for the ultimate partnership. ADAC Sports and Southwest Vision are teaming up to bring you SimExpo, where innovation meets the thrill of competition. The ADAC SimRacing Expo is not just evolving, it's going global. This world-renowned event is crossing the Atlantic for the first time ever, making its way to the U.S. at South by Southwest 2025 in Austin, Texas as SimExpo. Austin, the live music capital of the world and one of the most iconic venues. The Long Center is the perfect stage for our U.S. debut, right in the heart of downtown. South by Southwest is where the world's most creative minds gather, with over 228,000 attendees from 108 countries spanning more than 15 industries. It is a place where innovation thrives and boundaries are pushed, making it the ultimate destination to showcase your brand. This is your chance to be a part of something historic as the SimExpo makes its mark on the U.S. for the first time. Don't miss this opportunity to join us at the start of a new era. Come and join us at the SimExpo 2025 at South by Southwest.
Welcome back to the Sim Racing Expo 2024. For any of you F1 game fans out there or content creator fans out there, we've got an absolute treat for you because there is this series called the Content Creator Series. It's a phenomenal series to watch on Twitch and YouTube and all kinds of streams. And we have some of the biggest content creators and Alex Gillen here on stage to talk about the series. Without further ado, let's hand over to your host from Gridfinder, it's Tom Bunton.
Am I on? Hello, welcome to this Creator Series panel hosted by me, Tom from Gridfinder and Traction GG, and I'm joined by Creator Series extraordinaire. Introduce yourself from the end.
Hello, my name is Tom. You can see me all the way on the left. Very happy. I'm very happy right now as well, but it's great to have you here. I'm part of the Creator Series as long as these guys, and I'm an sim racing ambassador for Alpine, alongside do a lot of content with these guys. And happy to have a chat together with you guys and them.
My name's Ben. I make YouTube videos from Australia. We're washed up these days, but yeah, I do my best. Welcome to SimExpo. Good to have you here. Yeah, we're going to chat waffle for a bit, and hopefully you guys enjoy it.
My name is George, or GB, from the UK, and sim racing content creator for Aston Martin F1 Esports as an ambassador. And yeah, look forward to waffling with these guys today.
My name is Alex Gillen, full-time content creator, racing creator series with these lot, and yeah, looking forward to having a bit of a fight with Ben on stage.
Hi, I'm Hayden Gullis, also a content creator from the UK. Here I am celebrating a P9, which I usually get in creator series, so just very excited about that. But yeah, content creator, presenter, and excited to be here.
So my job is to try and keep some kind of order during this discussion. So we're going to start with the elephant in the room. Ben, Alex, you had a bit of a tickle on track last race. Is this why GB's in the middle?
I'm grateful he's here. A tickle? Are we calling it a tickle?
You tell me.
No, yeah. Me and Ben are on track rivalry for sure, but we get on great in real life. Like every time we see each other, we have a good hug. We hug it out, and it's all good in the end. It's all good in the end. Bit hot on track, cooler off track.
Do you agree?
Yeah, it's pretty fair representation. I mean, there's just something about me and Alex when we get together on track. We're just incompatible. Like an immovable force meets an unstoppable object. So just like crazy stuff happens.
So we were sat here. Most of us were sat here this time last year, this stage, this Sim Racing Expo, talking about the Creator Series, which had a different name back then. Since then, EA has got involved. Hayden, what's that been like? Has there been additional pressure now that you've got the EA brand behind you, or do you have to behave a little bit more?
I think, yeah, you've got to behave a little bit more. You know, it's their game, and you can't just go and have a really negative opinion. Obviously, you can have an opinion, and if something's not working, obviously that's good feedback for them to improve their game, and obviously that's what we are here for as well, to speak to them, find issues, and make improvements of bettering the game. So that's at the end of the day what we want. It's not necessarily we're negative and we hate the game. We just have maybe critical pieces here and there that to improve it, to make it not only better for us, more enjoyable for us to create content, but also enjoyable for the fans and the casual players to pick up the game and enjoy it as well. So I'd say that's probably like the only real difference is maybe, especially for like the commentators, if there's an issue, obviously address the issue, but don't go on and, you know, be really aggressive about it.
And Tom, how about yourself? Have you found that the addition of EA into this has helped you grow within the series? Do you think you're getting a lot of support from EA?
I think what's really cool is that it allows us to come together because it's very easy to make content yourself, but in sim racing or any racing, you're driving with other people on track, and to then have the platform to be able to make some cross content and to be able to race with each other and actually talk with each other live. You don't have that in real life racing, where if you crash somebody out, all of a sudden you're like, hey, what are you doing? We are screaming to each other live when we crash into each other. They know we crash into each other. So yeah, I think it's really cool. Obviously with EA on board as well, it gives us more of a platform, more social media posts and stuff. It gives us more of an opportunity to put sim racing out there through the F1 game. So I think it's only positive.
Absolutely. And Alex, do you find that the bringing together of multiple creators within one series gives it a kind of tribal feeling? Do you get these kind of tribes of fan clubs moving around the chats and getting involved with each other and perhaps following other streamers that they haven't followed before?
I think to some extent it's tribal. Like sometimes there's almost like a rivalry there. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, it's just so good to, as you say, be exposed to these different audiences. You know, someone like me that's not very good at kind of community stuff and getting too involved, it's such a great way to do that because it's easy, right? It's organised by someone else. For me, I just turn up, I race, I have fun, I chat with these guys, and it just, you know, everyone's community gets involved with everyone, especially, you know, it's not just UK creators. You know, we've got El Rey Guri there, of course, Spanish speaking primarily. So, you know, I would never be exposed to his audience normally. So, yeah, it's really great.
And GB, do you think being part of a series like the Creator Series has changed the way you stream or the way you build your strategy?
Yeah, I think so. I think if you even just look at the Creator Series total following from this time since we spoke last year to now, it's grown massively, and I think that has an impact on all of our communities. I think you always see a crossover at certain points in the race as well. You've got the typical chat hoppers and people reporting on batteries and all the different things going on in different people's races. And that's great to see. And for me, myself, yeah, I've definitely seen and probably benefited from a lot of different eyes elsewhere on my content as well, yeah.
Absolutely. And Hayden, the interesting thing about this Creator Series is that because it's backed by EA, there's multiple games now within the same channel, within this same sphere. And Rally's been added.
Yeah, I recently jumped on WRC with the latest update of the 2024 cars and stages, and rallying is something that I've done spontaneously every now and again, and I have enjoyed it. But then when I jumped on for the Creator Series, I was like, okay, cool, I'll give it a go, because you finally found a time that I'm free. And since then I was like, I'll be back next week. I've really, really enjoyed it. It's been good fun to sort of jump into that and have a different challenge. And it's so weird going from someone who's stereotypically driven, you know, open wheeler cars, whether that be on iRacing, whether that be on the F1 game, to go and drive something in rally, because I'm still so smooth with it. I'm not so much drifting the car around corners or doing handbrakes, turn. It's still brake, then turn, then accelerate, which is obviously where I'm losing a lot of time, but still having a lot of enjoyment out of it.
I'm not sure I'd call your driving smooth in F1, to be honest, mate.
That's what you get for rating me a 2.
Talking about the rally though, that stuff is hard. I did 2 or 3 Creator Series races in rally because we do that now as well, like Hayden said. I haven't made it to a single end, okay? It's very, very tough. If you're used to, obviously, the F1 cars, Formula cars, the rally is like a whole different breed. Like you said, like you have to drive super smooth in F1. In rally, you gotta whip the car in. Well, I whipped it a bit too much a couple of times. And yeah, it's completely different, but it's fun. It's fun.
It's so much about like managing risk in rally. Like, yeah, sure, you can go for it for like 5 minutes, but then like a hairpin comes up and then boom, there's a tree, you're out. Like you don't really get that in F1. Like you know the track so religiously. When it comes to rally, like just there's so many different variables and obstacles. So
I think also then that you've got the different surfaces. I've not done too much rally myself, but you've got some mud courses and then you've got tarmac, and I found adjusting to that really difficult. As Tom said, I'd think I've got all the grip in the world on tarmac, get onto mud and I'd fly into a tree.
Yeah, and you know what? It always happens. I'm sure you guys will have the same. Every time you think, oh yeah, it's looking good right now, let's go. And then straight away, the corner after you go straight off the flipping cliff. It's insane. But I want to know actually, of everybody who is here right now, who knows already of the Creator Series? Hands up if you know of the Creator Series already. Not all at the same time. No, come on, guys. Calm down. So I think it's good if we do like a short explanation as well, like what the Creator Series is. Well, we do it on F1 24, but we also do it on let's say the rally game that we just talked about. We have 20 content creators together on the same track, driving against each other, all in the same voice chat as well, so we can hear each other, we can scream at each other, we can even work together sometimes. Sometimes we work together, still at our own benefit, you know, but it's a really cool kind of vibe together. We've been doing it now for, I think, 2 years. Last year we were here with Tom doing the interviews and stuff as well.
Which is, by the way, the easiest job in the world, to try and get 5 content creators to speak. So, Tom, is it fair to say then that the Creator Series, being a streaming channel with multiple games, has actually led you guys to try games that you might not have tried otherwise? Like you might not have tried the rally game were it not for the Creator Series. How has your audience reacted to that?
I mean, racing is racing, right? You guys know it. You have 4 wheels, or sometimes 3, depending on how well you're driving, you know. Yeah, racing's racing. Even though rallying is a bit different than F1, people understand that you're driving. So I think the reception is great. I'm just looking forward to explore more and more and more kind of racing.
Well, that's interesting. And Alex, obviously, about to bring in pro clubs to the Creator Series. Racing is racing, but pro clubs totally different. We're talking football now. How are you feeling about the addition of pro clubs into this channel?
I'm probably not the one to ask, to be honest. I'm not a big football person. I played the new FC game. I played about an hour of it, and I was awful.
It's gonna make
my
some
chat was
interesting content.
rinsing me. So
you can go in goal, Alex. You can go in goal. You can dive. You know.
Okay, so the Creator Series has quite clearly opened up a lot of doors. It's created a lot of opportunities for you. And you, interestingly, although you're all part of the Creator Series, you all have your own careers. So let's spend a little bit of time. We'll go down the line. We'll start with Hayden to talk about what you've been up to in the last year. Because actually, although we're all here talking about the Creator Series, I would argue that everything that you're doing, it's all been quite diverse. It's all been quite different. So Hayden, what have you been up to in the last year?
Yeah, I think that's the great thing about it, is that we all come from different backgrounds. I think that's why we all enjoy Creator Series, because it's just, we're all friends in this space. We all get along so well. We can come together once a week, have a race, and then afterwards we laugh about the incidents that we've had together and the overtakes and stuff like that. But yeah, in the last year, joined WTF1 as a presenter and just trying to rebuild that channel back up again, doing a podcast with my great co-host James Coker, which is a lot of fun. And then just, you know, ticking along, doing content here and there, and just trying to figure out the right path. The thing is, with content, you sometimes can lose your way, and you can sometimes feel like, am I doing the right thing? Which way do I want to go now? You know, I'm getting older. I feel like I'm 28. I feel like I'm getting too old sometimes to be sitting in my bedroom all day racing. But it's something that I love and I enjoy. So I want to, you know, try and branch out to still do my sim racing and enjoy that, but also get out and experience new things as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, WTF1, very iconic Formula One channel, and the F1 series itself is kind of bolstered, if you like, by the amount of gamers who come to F1 because they were gamers first, who discovered the sport through the game. So it's kind of a natural thing for you to do both the gaming and then the kind of like the F1 commentary, if you like.
Yeah, no, it's been really enjoyable to do that as well with the F1 esports series, and it's something that I definitely would like to look into getting into in the future, branching out and then maybe even going into real life Formula One and working within the paddock as well. Obviously that's a big aspiration, but you know, just knocking down doors at the moment, going from, you know, making videos in my bedroom in 2015 when I first started being a shy kid and you know, barely being able to speak to just a microphone with no camera on, to now, you know, being on a centre stage of F1 esports, presenting and commentary in front of, you know, hundreds of thousands is a huge step up, and yeah, it's been an incredible year.
Great. Alex, same question, sir.
Yeah, I think for me, the last year has been about trying to branch out a little bit more, really, because I think we're very fortunate as F1 content creators that, because the game is you know, one of the bigger games in sim racing, I'd say, that there's obviously a pretty significant audience there. So you know, a decent number of us can be full time and call it our job. So, but I've never really wanted to just do like F1 gaming, and that's like all I ever do. I've always wanted to do more. So yeah, for me, it's been about branching out, trying a bit of TikTok. Always trying to upload more on my main channel, where I do, you know, I did a quite popular video that on the F1 Drive karting circuit in London. That one did really well. So just trying to branch out, really. Like I love the F1 game. I'll always play that, but you know, it's not all I want to do. And you know, in particular, I'm excited for Assetto Corsa Evo. I think that's going to be a really fun game. I love the first game. Not a big GT fan, so never really got into ACC, which I feel like is maybe a wrong thing to say in this arena, but. It wasn't really for me, so really excited for Evo and hoping to really kind of make some waves on that.
Well, we're all children of the algorithm, right? So are there any nerves for trying something totally different? We've seen streamers in the past who have very much had their lane that they've stuck in. They've tried something else and it hasn't worked. Assetto Corsa Evo, quite clearly going to be an absolutely enormous game. So there's an element that will kind of carry any change from one style to another. But what do you consider when you start to make a transition from one game to another? Do you have to prep your audience for that?
I think on YouTube, the answer is definitely yes. YouTube sort of likes to keep you in your lane, really. It likes to show your subs and your regular viewers the same content. I think other platforms are a bit more right for that. I think TikTok in particular, it's obviously short form content, but that one you can really do almost anything and it can blow up. Like you can literally have Well, I mean, I started a gaming TikTok literally a couple of weeks ago. It's got about 16 followers, I think, right now. Yet the videos are getting like 1,000 views, which is just like not really possible on YouTube. You can't do that. You need the base viewers, the base followers. But yeah, you're right. It does kind of keep you in your lane. You have to be mindful, but that's just the job, right? Like being a content creator isn't about playing games. It's about figuring out the algorithm, figuring out what's going to do well, what's going to do badly. You know, where should I be pushing? Where should I be not be pushing? So. It is a challenge, but it's just part of the job.
GB.
I'm very disappointed Alex didn't mention the Monday debriefs. But any drama in Creator Series, this guy's got it covered. But no, so quite similar to Alex actually. I've got into a bit of iRacing myself. Obviously F1's my main game since the last year, so the usual content on that. And I've been quite spoiled by Aston Martin. I've been fortunate enough to go to Saudi Arabia with Aramco for some sim racing stuff there, which was really cool. I went to the Monza Italian Grand Prix as well with the team and did a bit of content there. So yeah, it's been random bits around really. Some associated inside F1 and some just locked inside my bedroom with the camera on. And yeah, so that's been my last year.
Being locked inside your bedroom with the camera on, that's kind of your bread and butter, right?
Well, yeah, true. Sounds a bit weird as well when you put it
does
like
a little bit. Ben?
Well, yeah, YouTube is my bread and butter. I've been doing that for not only the last year, but maybe last 13, 14 years. So pretty well established on that side, but I think more on my end, I think what's exciting is exploring Twitch, really getting settled into that, and trying to keep a consistent upload schedule on things like TikTok and Instagram Reels and Shorts. There's so much to do as like a general content creator these days. You're spinning so many plates at the same time, and that's just one category in an F1 game. So I've been doing F1, I've been doing a bit of F1 Manager. I find that a nice change of pace, and occasionally try to do some sim driving, like iRacing or Assetto Corsa. I think we're all pretty excited for the new AC game in January, so I guess building a bit of momentum for that and preparing the audience, because you know, sim games are great. A lot love F1, but there's not always carryover to that more serious side. So trying to bridge that gap and show them there's really good options out there.
It's interesting that you say you're making the switch from YouTube to Twitch. I guess in content creation, there's layers upon layers upon layers of variables. It's which game do I play, what style of gameplay do I record, and then on what channels, and then which social media platforms do I focus on to bolster those channels, and then changing from one to the other. How do you keep focus?
Just consistency, just keep doing it really. It's funny that you mentioned that, because my video style has changed since making the switch to Twitch. A lot of my content used to be post-commentary with a bit more B-roll editing. Mine more now is like as live, because it has to be, it's live streamed, and it's a bit slower pace, a bit more casual, and I actually think it's a bit more watchable. People really enjoy long-form content if you can build a really nice storyline, and having these guys with me as well, it's yeah, provides a lot of storylines, a lot of drama, a lot of excitement, and yeah, I love it.
Tom?
Well, my background is very similar to all of you. I just started sim racing. I was a big fan. I still am a big fan of Formula One. I just started like, oh, let's boot up the Twitch stream. Let's have some fun. So I started live streaming, and then I got an opportunity to try and qualify for F1 esports. So I did. I had like 2 days to try and beat all the fastest drivers in the world. And I was like up until the middle of the night, 3 a.m., sweating. The room was like 50 degrees or something like that. And I did it. I qualified for F1 esports in 2020. I was looking to beat Thomas Ronhaar, right? Of course, for those of you who know, very quick driver. He's right here right now as well. I'm looking at him right now. I'm still going to try and beat him someday, right? But then I got in touch with an F1 team to try and see if I could drive for them. But my dream never was really to...
In the sim?
Well, yeah, in the sim. So yeah, in F1 esports, right? So not, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm still in
dream
talks.
Big.
I'm still in talks, Tom, right? So let's not. But yeah, I was in talks with them, and I said, no, I don't want to drive as a professional esports driver, because, I mean, you all probably know, sim racing it's a job, right? It's like 10 hours a day, boom, boom, boom. It's a full-time job, and even more than that. So my passion lies at content creation. So I was like, I was talking with Alpine at that point. They were like, yo, you want to drive for us? And I was like, no. I turned down an F1 team. I said, no, I don't want to. I want to become an ambassador, a content creator with the team. So I did, and I've done some really cool stuff. A couple years ago, I became the very first sim racer together with an F1 team to drive a real F1 car. In 2022, I drove the it was the Lotus E20, the one that Kimi Räikkönen drove in Abu Dhabi 2012 at Paul Ricard. It was only a couple laps, right, because I didn't have enough money for more fuel, but it was incredible to translate sim racing to real life and to feel kind of what you already can do, what you've learned on the simulator, and then to translate that to real life was incredible. The braking force was actually quite funny because I had to do some tests beforehand to see if I was suited to be able to even drive. And for that you need to like put the brake pressure, and because already the simulators have an insane brake pressure, right? You can like slam them like crazy. I passed the test and they were like, oh my god, who is this guy? You know, who the flip is this? I was like, yeah, that's me. And it was really cool to see. So yeah, I mean, to kind of make the bridge there from sim racing to real life, it's something that I love to do with my platform, and I hope to do that in the future as well. So yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to come down and ask what you guys want to see from the Creator Series this year, what you want to see next and what you guys are doing next. But since you're on a roll, Tom, every time I speak to you, you seem to have some kind of new project, some kind of new vision, dream that you're working on. What's next for you in 2025? What's your goal?
I've got an insane project. I have just bought a new house just to put an F1 car in a studio, a full-size F1 car. It's got motion and all that. It's got a whole cockpit. And from there, I'm going to be doing content in the future. I wanted to be the first one ever in the entirety of the world to buy an F1 car, put it in the studio. I don't know yet. I need to still like put a hole in my wall to get it all the way to where I want it to be, but that's an issue for later. And that's what I'm working on right now. So in 2025, that's kind of when I'm going to try and finish the studio, and then I'll have an F1 car as a simulator.
So Tom's buying houses and F1 cars. Ben?
How the hell do I follow up from that? I also want to do a bit of like house renovations as well. I want to convert my garage into like a secondary simulator room with like the car in the background and nice lighting and stuff.
Don't we all?
Kind of, yeah, don't we all? So that's on the agenda. Maybe even a little bit of real life racing. I'd love to get into some grassroots stuff like MX-5s, minis, whatever it might be, just have a bit of fun and diversify the type of content I want to do there. So,
well, let's talk about the physical build. For those people listening who might be considering content creation themselves, how important is a physical studio or the background that you build for yourself when you're creating content?
It gives you the platform to just walk in the room and then boom, just create. If you've not got the facilities to have the best lighting, the best sound, it makes it less watchable, and having to set that up or just things not being ideal. It's so nice to just have a dedicated space to create content. It's just, I can't explain, but since getting a rig, like it just completely changed my workflow.
GB.
Yeah, so on the content side, kind of more of the same. Obviously, AC Evo coming up is super exciting. So who knows? Maybe I'll get into that as well.
How will you decide?
Sorry?
How would you decide whether to make the switch? Is it a kind of A/B test it, or is it wait for the hype? How do you decide
also
that?
as well, you're kind of looking for a bit of community feedback. I think if it's generally well received and got a good population of players, then naturally it's something that you want to pick up and play. And we know that Assetto Corsa has pretty good handling and simulates real life driving very well. So I kind of expect more of the same. But kind of stepping away from that, I'm looking to do more outside of the studio and outside the simulator. I want to do more in my car. I want to go to more track days. I drove over here this weekend as well. I want to do the Nürburgring tomorrow.
Wow.
So I'm kind of hoping to maybe do a few more track days if the wallet allows, I suppose, because they're never cheap. But hopefully bring some cameras along and make some good content with that.
That's really interesting because there's so many sim racing content creators who have done the sim racing to real racing transition, and if they haven't made a full transition across, albeit whether that's a whole series or just going full time, they've at least tried to integrate some real-world racing content into their channel. And it's not always the big success in terms of numbers that you might like. So how do you approach that challenge?
I mean, it's a good question.
Or does it maybe not matter? You want to do it because it's fun?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's just, ultimately it's what you feel is right for yourself. I mean, Alex kind of touched on it earlier, like you also have to feel what will do well as content, but like, ultimately it is, if you enjoy it and you're passionate about it and you're excited about it, it's, yeah, sure, you can go for that jump. I certainly wouldn't be looking at, going into any like real life racing or anything like that as much as I would love to. But I think for me it's more like casual, going to track days and yeah, potentially looping in any of these guys as well, which again ties back to Creator Series. We've got such strong relationships outside of content now, which
he thinks that. He thinks that, but
we secretly hate him.
Yeah, apart from these two,
Sorry,
obviously. Yeah.
Okay, Alex. Well, plans for world domination?
That'd be nice. Yeah. No, again, it's sort of similar to what I said before. Really, just still trying to branch out. Like, I don't only want to do F1 game. The F1 game stuff is going well, but I just want to keep branching out. And at the moment, I'm trying to figure out TikTok more. I don't use it enough myself, so it's just like, it's quite new to me, which I know sounds weird because TikTok is far from new, and I should have done it a long time ago. But for me, that's like a newish thing that I'm trying to like, okay, like, I should try and dig into this a bit more because there's definitely big potential there. Yeah, and yeah, it's sort of similar to what GB was saying, more real life stuff, really, ideally, like, more racing stuff would be the dream. I think the difficulty is, like karting videos. I love making karting videos, but the problem is it's really hard to stand out with karting videos because anyone can make a karting video. Yeah. If you've got 50 quid and a GoPro, you go down to a kart track, you make a karting video. So it's really hard to try and stand out in that sort of level. And if you get the sort of opportunity like Tom had to drive an F1 car, well, that opportunity stands out on its own. You don't need to be as creative. But we can't all be Simon Alpine and drive an F1 car. You just called
me not creative. You just did that. You just called me not creative.
Unoriginal content. Just like TikTok doing the puzzles.
But no, yeah, so I don't know. It's just trying to find the things that are going to both do well on YouTube and that I'm going to enjoy. I guess that's the art of the job, right? Is enjoying it, enjoying your passion, while also hopefully getting a few views. Because if you did something for content that costs you a lot of money and then you get 1,000 views or less, you're like, oh, well, was that worth it? It's a constant balancing act, really.
Hayden.
Yeah, so for me personally, as what I said earlier, getting back into doing the real life stuff. I did a channel back in 21, 22 with Veloce and then Live Fast with some content creators, Tomo and Aldas. And for me, that was like the greatest time of my life. We were going out doing some really cool concepts like driving Formula Renaults on skid pans and drifting them about and exploring abandoned F1 factories. And that's the sort of stuff that I want to get back to doing and getting out in the real world and just making fun, enjoyable content. I feel like as a content creator, your content certainly has helped if you're enjoying it. If you're doing something that you can't be asked to do or you don't enjoy it because someone's asked you to do this or someone in the comments has said, oh, this is what I think you should do, then it's very much apparent to your audience that, oh, well, they're not enjoying it, so why should I enjoy it? So if you're doing something that you love and you enjoy, yeah, okay, if the viewership maybe isn't there at the start, it's at least giving you that passion to build upon that later on. So yeah, that for me is where I want to keep on going to in terms of esports, carry that on, doing a commentary. Hopefully we get some indication of when it's returning and when it's coming back, and fingers crossed I get the call up again for that. But then for Creator Series, the sky's the limit. I'd love it to be on that stage with F1 esports. I'd love it to be a pro-am sort of competition where you have obviously the big centre stages, F1 esports, but then we're alongside as a warm-up series is a bit more of a fun, relaxed approach that F1 then have this super sweaty series, but then also this funner aspect of content creators who are already, I say, very much media trained and can bring in audiences to the F1 esports as well. So that's for me where I'd love that to go.
It's interesting because it sounds to me like you're all looking for ways to start doing some kind of real-world feature pieces. Like you were saying there about going and exploring an abandoned F1 factory or going and taking a Formula 1 car around a skid pan. You're building a simulator in your house. So it's almost like gaming streaming is a really useful gateway to going into this more kind of almost like Top Gear documentary style feature pieces. Do you think that as you've started out as gamers that have got into content creation through gaming, are you discovering a love of content creation that's then inspiring bigger vision when it comes to content creation of feature pieces and getting out in the world and doing these pieces?
Yeah, I mean, I think I speak for all of us. I mean, the main motivation behind doing the content creation is to inspire people to start sim racing, to have fun for themselves. The cool thing about sim racing is that anyone can do it. You can start out with the most basic setup. You can have it in your room. I mean, we all started out with, I think, even a controller. Like a controller suffices as well. And through our content, we want to inspire people not only to start sim racing, but also to make them happy, to provide some sort of entertainment. But the cool thing about sim racing is that it's so close to real life racing that it translates very nicely. So, like, we all know karting costs millions of dollars, euros, whatever. And I mean, I'm not a millionaire. I don't think these guys are millionaires. Not yet. We're getting there. But no, we're not getting there.
Senior McLaren.
Not yet. Maybe a few years. Maybe if you are here 10 years from now at SimRacing Expo, we have like 5 halls or something, and we are here with bling bling, like crazy. You never know. But the main thing is we're here to inspire people, and we get a lot of energy back as well from people who are inspired by our content and by sim racing in general. So
I think I would add that sim racing right now has really never been in a better place. Like, obviously for the F1 game for Creator Series, that's going great, but you look around, you look at the new games coming out, you look at all the insane new tech, the new wheels, like the new innovation. I think what Tom said about the cost entry for sim racing is way lower than it would be for stepping in a real car. But then now you've got all the options of gear available, games available. And for me personally, I've always been a huge F1 fan my whole life, but I never really was that into racing outside of F1. Whereas these days I find myself watching, sometimes GT racing and some other bits, which is literally as a result of other sim racing games and stuff out there. So for any new player picking up the controller or the wheel for the first time, there's so much to dive into.
And I guess the reason that we all seem to be sort of going for the same thing, as you say, branching out a bit, is because we're all in a similar space, right? That's why we're up here. And, but we all started out like, with a basic wheel and just kind of getting into it. I had a Logitech Driving Force GT for about 8 years and years. It was only about 3 or 4 years ago that I kind of started, upgrading my kit and getting direct drive and stuff. So I guess it's just the stage that we're at. It's the sort of natural to go from the sort of starting out, trying to become a streamer, trying to become a content creator, which is hard, takes a lot of hours, takes a lot of work, but then when you get there, you then kind of want to keep going, right? You want to keep branching out. So I guess that's why we're all sort of giving similar answers in that way.
Are you saying that content creation isn't the glamorous job that we all think it is? You just play games and then just collect the sweet AdSense revenue, right?
Well,
that's how it works, no?
Because we play the F1 game so much, it's not that we don't enjoy the game, but whenever we are not live, or making content, we don't really are like, oh yeah, let's jump on right now. Let's do laps and laps and laps, as you would, do for your enjoyment.
Like GB is. I've seen him on a few
times.
GB,
GB is night and day. This guy is.
Fabio's sat down there. He's on it non-stop.
In general, you kind of have to, pace yourself, because if you play too much, then whenever you are live, you try to, have your energy and bring it over to the viewers. Then you're gonna be like, oh yeah, I just played like 8 hours. I just did like 5 times Nürburgring, 24 hours. You gotta pace yourself a little bit. So it's a bit different. It's not as, I'm not gonna complain. I live an amazing life. These guys live an amazing life with content creation. But it's not like, oh yeah, let's jump on outside of content creation and let's just do some laps. It's not like that anymore. But I guess, like I said, I can't complain. I'm very happy where we are.
Well, I think it's probably worth saying that we're having this panel discussion right in the middle of the championship. So last week was the race in Canada. Ben, I believe you won that race. Are you going to win the championship?
Never say never. I am missing a race or two. Alex is very quick. GB's on form. There's a lot of other guys who aren't here who are very, very competitive.
What? So. You just forgot Baden and me. What is this?
You got to turn up to races.
Well,
mate.
I don't have an ego, so I'm fine with that. I don't have a problem.
Nah, that's not okay.
And you never know when Hayden's on track like carnage. He's
Yeah,
a
you
very
better watch
Well,
out.
this is it, because we were talking about rally earlier. I didn't
Yeah.
mean in the F1 game, right?
My
Well,
guys.
yeah, I've done a little bit of off-roading, done a bit of reversing and qualifying laps, and Alex, on his debrief, decided to rate us all, which obviously we enjoy. We enjoy taking the piss out of
Terrible
everyone.
idea, that. Terrible idea.
He gave me a 2 for cleanliness because of one incident that happened, and then a 2 for race IQ. So I thought, well, if you're going to rate me like that, I'm going to show you how
I
bad
stand
a 2
by it.
is.
You're now a 1, by the way.
Perfect. So you can see how a 1 is next week. So for race IQ, there was a safety car restart. He turned out to be right behind me. I was like, well, I'm just going to pretend like I don't know what to do on a safety car restart, and just didn't go.
When you say pretend, come on.
I had no idea. I'm a 2 race IQ. I don't know what I'm doing, mate.
Yeah, what's funny is that Alex does his debrief, so he does like summaries, almost like EAFC cards, with 99 pace, 92 racecraft, just like the F1 game. And Alex rated all of us in the Creator Series, and he gave us all numbers, to associate with how good we are. And to be honest, I owe you something, man. You gave me good rating. Not so much as these guys. They just forgot to call my name about the championship.
I knew I was seeing you, mate. You got that big Alpine money coming. I knew I was seeing you this weekend. A few beers on you, I heard.
Okay, so we're going to wrap this up now with 2 quick-fire questions. So I'm going to start with Tom. I'm going to ask a question, and I want a 1-word answer from Tom, Ben, GB, all the way down the line. Okay. I'm going to do 2 questions, but it has to be instant. Don't think about it. One after the other. Everyone understand the rules?
No.
Okay, you're going to be first.
I'm ready.
Out of the people on this panel, not including me, who's the biggest sweat?
Alex.
Oh, GB.
Alex.
GB.
GB.
Okay, interesting.
He's not on the panel.
I was shocked about Tom's
nearly a
answer to
split
the other.
decision. Okay, same rules, Ben.
Yeah.
Ready? Okay, Tom, who's the slowest?
Hayden.
Hayden.
Yep, me.
Okay, right. There we go. That was fairly decisive. Well, thank you very much for listening to this Creator Series panel. It's been really fun chatting to you guys, and we do plenty more of this content over on the Traction.gg channel. We have a podcast that goes out every week on Spotify, and of course we have content that goes out on our YouTube channel, Traction.gg. We've been covering all the news from across the SimRacing Expo. Check out the website. We've got articles upon articles upon articles about what's going on here, so do go out and check out Traction.gg. Yes, next up is Logitech G and Swelio, so stick around. 25 minutes, Logitech G and Swelio will be on the stage. Thank you very much.
Let's go!
Need expert support for your sim racing setup? SimRig Support has you covered. With over 2,000 hours of experience, our team excels in diagnosing and resolving issues swiftly. Submit a ticket for remote help, send us your hardware with a prepaid label, or book an on-site visit. We handle all major brands, from wheel to PC problems. Trust SimRig Support to keep you racing.
Happen for the ultimate partnership. Init Esports and Southwest Vision are teaming up to bring you SimExpo, where innovation meets the thrill of competition. The ADAC SimRacing Expo is not just evolving, it's going global. This world-renowned event is crossing the Atlantic for the first time ever, making its way to the US at South by Southwest 2025 in Austin, Texas as SimExpo. Austin, the live music capital of the world and one of the most iconic venues. The Long Center is the perfect stage for our US debut, right in the heart of downtown. South by Southwest is where the world's most creative minds gather, with over 228,000 attendees from 108 countries spanning more than 15 industries. It is a place where innovation thrives and boundaries are pushed, making it the ultimate destination to showcase your brand. This is your chance to be a part of something historic as the SimExpo makes its mark on the US for the first time. Don't miss this opportunity to join us at the start of a new era. Come and join us at the SimExpo 2025 at South by Southwest.
Hey everybody, right now coming up next, one of the many highlights right here on stage of the ADAC SimRacing Expo, and this one is nothing less than about the dream that pretty much every sim racer has, making it eventually from the sim racing rig to the real racing world. This is exactly what Sueyo Almeida did, starting out with, like, let's say, very limited materials, but got better and better and eventually discovered by Logitech G and equipped with way better materials, obviously, and then eventually made it from the rig to the real racing world and proved that his sim skills are actually worth podiums in the real racing world. So let's give it up for Sueyo Almeida and Jamie Hoy from Logitech G, taking it from sim to real. Enjoy.
Excellent. Thank you. You know, one of the most fascinating things about my job is I get to meet people like Sueyo. I get to meet community members like yourself and just hear the unique stories about how they've taken sim to real, how they've grown or bonded with their families through motorsports and the ability to take that motorsport home and have friendly competitions. And so as I've talked to so many consumers over the last so many years, they each have something unique about them. And that's why we have Sueyo here today. Sueyo is, I think I've known you for about 5 years now, maybe a little bit longer, and seen his progression through just as a content creator in sim, building a library of racecraft instructional videos. He's just really knowledgeable, and in fact, that's how we first met. And then taking that into the next step onto his first race. And just remember hearing the excitement in his voice and the story that he told just from that race. And then, I don't want to spoil it, but as he continued to grow his profession, he continues to dominate on track. And it's the beauty of my job, it's the beauty of what we're all here and listening to other people and, you know, connecting with our community members. And I think you'll be inspired by, you know, Sueyo's story today. And I just wrote some few questions. I'd like to prompt it just so, you know, on behalf of the audience members, maybe I asked the right questions here. But, you know, how did you first get into sim? And, you know, was it something you pursued as a hobby, or did you always have the goal of transitioning to real world racing?
Oh, no, well, first of all, thank you so much. Since I had 8,000 followers on TikTok, you found me. I don't know how, I don't know what you saw, but the support that Logitech G has given to me was important, so important for me to continue pursuing this. I owe it to you, so thank you so much. It was never a dream. It was never. I never thought it was going to be possible to go to real life. I never even thought about it. This was my hobby. This was like I was studying my piano, and then I was tired. I needed to play video games, and this was my video game. And I never planned on making it a career. It was just, you know, having fun. I always played video games all my life, but I wanted to play seriously. You know, it's serious fun. It's serious competitiveness. So since then, for the first 3-4 years, I was always trying to be the best at that, and the competitiveness is part of what is fun for me in any game. Anything that I played, I wanted to be the best. So essentially, I pursued that with sim racing without ever having any thought that I would be here today.
And this is your first rig?
This is probably not the first. This is like the second. This is already, back then, this was fancy for me. Because before the G29, I had a driving force CT on a laptop, and the screen was the laptop. So this here, VR, that's a lot of money. That's expensive. For me, that was like in Brazil, this is my second rig. This is my upgraded rig.
I love this photo. I mean, you just look at the details of this thing, and you just look at the chair, and he's actually taking the rollers off so that he could push the brake. It says so much in just the construction of it too. The little surge protector on the left, but I really love this photo. What was the moment in sim racing that made you realize that, you mentioned you could take it seriously, but when you said, all right, let's take this seriously and let's, you know, continue to push boundaries and continue to move forward with it?
I think there were two moments. The first moment is when I realized that, well, first of all, my goal was never to pursue a sim racing career. It was always a hobby, but when I needed the money to pay for my piano university, I started coaching in sim racing. But without intention, I found a passion. I was very good at coaching, and people loved it, and I loved to just see so many people improving and kind of try to imagine what's going on in their heads and how we can solve those problems, how we can find those seconds. And I started doing more and more and more and more and more. So over the course of a whole year, I realized, wait, I'm doing this. I'm not focusing as much on my piano career anymore. So I didn't notice. It was just a slow transition from a hobby to a job. And I'm not even thinking about real racing yet. I quit piano to focus on sim racing without even thinking that I would eventually go to real racing. I never thought of that. And so that's the first big realization. It was actually a year-long transition. And then I realized that I had to finish my master's degree and just stop piano. And then piano became my hobby. The second realization that I could actually drive in real life, it was not me. It was a phone call. Some random guy said, just found my phone number and called me. Hey, do you want to race in real life? I was like, what? This is impossible. I never even imagined, like, it's impossible for me. And then I remember that I almost said no. And I was like, that's not for me. And then he insisted a little bit. We talked a little bit. This was back in 2021 when I just became Canadian sim racing champion in iRacing. So he called me. We did a test day. The first 10 minutes were a disaster because I was so used to my rig and the pedal was very heavy, everything like high force feedback. And then I got into a GT86 with brake boosters. So the first time I went on a straight to start braking to the corner, I just smashed the brakes. And then both of us went forward like that because I had no idea how the car was going to behave. And then I took those 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, the first session to realize that, hey, I can actually do this. I started talking to the car, and then that's when, at the end of that day, I was 1 second slower than the instructor, and they were like, wow, that's not possible, like how? And that's when I realized, oh, wait, if I actually invest more time, maybe 1 year, 2 years, I can actually be very competitive in this. And this is where the third part of my life started, which is now transitioning from sim to real life.
Would you say some of that racecraft, and I'm sure that's a natural progression of, you started getting into sim, you started building your rigs, and this is this newest rig, you started getting into finding and uncovering how to get faster. Is that when you started getting into racecraft? Is that when you started to really understanding and learning about all the different aspects and the technical aspects of racing?
Actually, no. I think it was very early in your career, you can already start thinking about technique. As long as you buy wheel and pedals, you can already start thinking about driving technique, physics, car handling dynamics, racecraft, battle for position. You can already do all this very early. You don't have to have any expensive equipment to be able to work on these things. And I realized this because when I was coaching, I remember I was already top 1% in iRacing, and I was coaching a lot of drivers with direct drive. I didn't know what direct drive was. Like, for me, it was just more expensive equipment, but I had a G29 and I was 3 seconds faster than them and allowing them and helping them go faster. And then when I did get a direct drive, I started realizing, okay, this helps me only on this specific thing, but until you actually benefit from expensive equipment, you need to already be very good. So no, very early I already started consuming all content. I was reading everything. Carol Smith, Ross Bentley, Viper Concept YouTube. I don't know if you guys know, like he was doing just theoretical stuff on YouTube and helping us understand the physics of it. And I was just consuming as much content as possible very early on with the Logitech, and that's I think what made the biggest difference.
Yeah, and that stuff comes across super clear when you watch his content, and this is one of the episodes that he did. That's what attracted me to him. Is just I was myself trying to learn how to get faster, rumming through social media, stumbled upon this, started watching more, and that's how I also enhanced or advanced my racecraft. And it was super interesting. So very insightful stuff, and you can tell you have a passion for it. You can tell you have the expertise behind it. And then you mentioned, the Porsche Esports Cup, but what tools, or what platforms do you think played a biggest role in shaping that trajectory and becoming a real driver, or the skill sets to become a real driver?
Yeah, I think every game, every simulator that I did had a role on my stage. I remember I started playing Need for Speed Underground, and then I went to Gran Turismo, and then I went to Assetto Corsa, and then I went to iRacing. So each stage had its role to help me, to teach me racecraft, to teach me driving technique, to teach me, finding a team and that's also one very important thing for me. It was actually the platform and the people around the platform and the events in the platform and the races. So all those things were shaping my career, and all of them had very important roles.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get into the meat of things. After you're in sim, you mentioned your first experience, how fast you were, or how you're with the instructor, but what did that feel like? What was it like stepping in? And if you were to compare the two, right, sim versus real, what did it feel like when you first stepped in that car? What was the differences? What could you take away? Maybe describe that feeling a little bit.
It felt surreal at first because there's no, when you watch a movie, there's always music behind and there's always effects and everything, but it was me there. No music, nothing, just reality, a race car. And me just feeling that adrenaline, but it was raw, it was real, and it took a lot for me to realize that I was doing that and feeling absolutely everything. There was no simulation; it was physics at its best. And for me, it took a while to really. It felt like I was, I don't know, in a different state, honestly. For the first.
I'm sure adrenaline was kicking in a little bit on that first race. That's the first time you step in the car.
Exactly, and then it was so much to take in, so much information to digest that my brain was in full mode, full power mode. But I knew I could do it, but it was very intense. It was very overwhelming. I think overwhelming is a good word, in a good way, in a very good way.
And how would you compare it to sim? Like, what are some of the similarities that anybody here would feel just immediately got on track outside of the adrenaline rushes and outside of the speed, the G-forces, the physical aspects? What are some of the techniques that really translated to the track that you're on?
Honestly, 99.9% of the skills transfer. All of it. Like, real life is sim racing plus the physical aspects. And the financial aspect. But like for sure, I think, of course, you have to relearn some new things, the way your body moves around with the G-forces and how you have to adapt to that, how you have to predict where you're going to be, like where your body's going to be, and then even when you're braking, when you're turning before braking, in real life, your leg is moving around, so you have to be very careful with like positioning it right. So there's extra stuff that you have to learn on top, but what you learned in sim goes to real life. Like all the techniques, all the trail braking, not trail braking, setup knowledge, track knowledge, the idea of like camber, off camber, elevation changes, it's all there. It's all there, 100%. So you practice 10,000 hours in the simulator. You go to real life. You're years ahead, many years ahead of someone who is starting in real life with no simulator.
That was going to be my question. Yeah, it kind of does expedite the process of becoming fast. It's just getting over those physical aspects.
A lot.
Interesting.
I mean, when I got into Radical series, some of my competitors have 30 years of experience, my age of experience, and I beat them.
Yeah.
They didn't have the sim. I had the sim. And of course, like, that's one of the factors, but like, I was so obsessed about benefiting from the sim that it worked in real life. And everything that I want the car to do, it does. I never crashed. I never spun my Radical.
Do you think that helped?
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Because in the sim, I know how to train, and I say this to my students all the time. If you can cause it, you can prevent it. So if you're afraid of spinning and you have a coaching session with me, I say, okay, spin it. Then show me how you can, on purpose, spin the car. Because if you know how you can cause it, then immediately you know how to prevent it. And then this is how I use the sim. I use the sim to explore all the possibilities so that I can create the safe driving styles that I could translate to real life, and it worked.
How did you compensate with the physical aspects? So I guess two things. How did you do it? What were the things that affected you most physically? Because I know many of us, if we were to go on track, you just mentioned your ability to stay on the brake, where in here we'd have 0 G-forces for it to fly off. In fact, we're probably wearing socks. So how did you, what are the things that you looked out for? What comes to mind? How did you overcome those physical limitations?
I had to completely change my life. I have to completely change my routine. I started working out, eating better, sleeping better, being a lot more disciplined, and it was just, I mean, it felt weird. Like, I always played video games all my life, and then suddenly I go to my Instagram and change it to athlete. Like, it felt weird. But I had to identify myself as an athlete to create the habit and to do the things that an athlete does. And that's what 2023 and 2024 was for me. It was that transition to real life. Is not only driving a real car, it's becoming a real driver physically. So you can overcome and you can, I mean, it's very hot, it's very stressful, there's a lot of pressure. And the G-forces, my neck was destroyed the first few months. Actually, it still is, actually. We got 2.7 Gs in the radical, that's a lot. So we're training that with my personal trainer, and we have to get 25 kilos, and I have to stay there for like a minute and a half, and every month we're increasing the weight, because if we rank up, we go up to 3G, 4G, so you have to be physically able to withstand what the car can offer, and that's the biggest difference. So you have to really change who you are to be able to deal with that.
So now you have a few races under your belt. You're really, getting into full stride. How do you continue to prove, or what are the areas that you then focused on to be able to propel your racing career, real racing career, and move that forward? What are the things that you focused on after that?
It has to be everything in a way. Every factor helps. So you have to drive well, you have to prepare in the simulator, you have to be healthy, you have to work on your marketability, you have to work in making the sponsors happy, you have to make the funds to race. So every aspect is critical. You just have to be very aware, very disciplined, so that you don't miss anything. That's why it's mentally taxing to stay on top of everything. That's why it's so important to have, for example, a good team, or to have people around you that are going to help you achieve all those things. So it's a little bit of everything. You cannot miss it. It's high stakes for sure. So
maybe talk about your car. This is your
my baby,
your new car.
That's it. Yeah. This was weird because in January this year, I had no idea I was gonna do that, and I remember I woke up. I was on track. I was in a hotel in Florida, testing another radical at Sebring, and then I woke up in the morning. Just with the decision, I'm gonna buy a radical. I'm gonna buy a radical.
It's a radical move.
Huh?
Yes. Go ahead.
It just happened, and then my friends were like, "What? Like why? Like how?" And I had the funds because I had exploded the year before in my online courses, and I didn't know exactly what to do with the money, but it had to be reinvested in racing. I knew that my goal was to grow in racing, so I took all the money that I had. Literally, it went from having lots of money to zero account in one day, because in a race car, when you buy it, you don't split the payment, you pay upfront. So I did that out of the blue. Literally, I just woke up with that idea, and then I realized that it was gonna be the year to prove, to make noise, to make a statement, to prove a point that a sim racer could do it. And I needed to represent my brand, of course, because that's how I funded it. That's why I painted it in my colors, in the colors of the Motor Racing Academy. And it worked. I didn't crash it. That's a big risk, of course, when you buy a new car. And I did the Radical US Championship, which was something I didn't expect to be in the podium ever. Like, I just wanted to be there and be midfield competitive. Sure. But then I realized that I could actually be champion. And over the year, that's what I went all in for that. And my life was all my life was about making this happen.
Are there any particular lessons? We touched upon just how impactful Sim is for, let's say, the Radical Series. Are there any particular lessons that you would say to focus in on that to get you prepared for these type of competitions, or just racing in general on track?
Can you ask again? Sorry.
Is there any something particular that an audience member should focus on in Sim that would prepare them for this?
Okay.
I know we touched upon it a little bit more, but I wasn't know if there's anything with the Radical Series in general that stuck out in your mind.
Yeah, I think I actually just launched a video on YouTube about that, because what really matters is that you're driving following principles. You're not just mimicking and memorizing braking references and being like a zombie on track. You don't want that. You don't want to mimic guides and ask people, hey, what gear do you use here? Where do you brake? What line do you take? My approach to all my students, I insist so much, find the right principles and follow these principles so that you can find these answers yourself, because then you become adaptable. If you go to real life and there's no one there to tell you where to brake, what are you going to do? How are you going to find the braking zone? So I think it's a matter of being autonomous in your technique development and being fully aware of how you're finding the limit on a very technical level, and that makes such a difference, because you can mimic people and be fast, really fast, but you're going to depend on that, and at some point it's going to bite you. So if you learn how to be autonomous, how to, instead of following benchmarks, to be the benchmark, then you become, you can have anything. You can rain, or the track can be dirty, or whatever can happen, you're gonna know exactly how to adapt to it. So for example, my students that overdrive the car a lot, or just try to use the sim in a way that they're not doing in real life, I say, oh, let's be careful. Like, try to find a way to drive in the simulator that you will do in real life. That everything that you do is gonna become a habit. You're creating that muscle memory. So if you create a bad muscle memory of just overdriving and going off all the time in the sim, and then you go to real life, that's gonna kick in. Like, even without you thinking, you're gonna try to go a little bit too fast in the wrong time. So I always try to imagine that you are in real life when you are in the simulator. Crash the least possible, spin the least possible, and learn how to approach that in a safe way that you can then 100% transfer without being worried about it.
And is there a natural progression or step that they need to take? And it could be as simple as like a track day. Is there something that could get them moving in the right direction if they want to take their experience, their skills, their techniques, and bring it into a series, or just a track day, something simple like that? What's a one or two bullet points of a transition that they can make?
Yeah, my goal was, I never knew exactly what to do, because I come from sim racing, no family, nothing in real life. I didn't know what to do. So my team that called me, that guy that called me in 2021, he had a plan for me. So we did endurance grassroots with a GT86, with a GT car, no karting. We just went straight to cars. And those events are like 8-hour races and very accessible, like $1,000, $2,000. So that was what helped me really get a feel for real life without being so much high stakes. And I did a whole year of that, of like grassroots racing. But I mean, that's the route that I took, because that's the advice that I got from that team. But I really don't have a lot of experience to say, because you can come from karting, you can do other forms of racing that I really don't have a lot of experience with. So my story was GT86, and then right away I did some Formula 4 racing schools at Miami, and then I bought the Radical.
And that's the beauty of everyone's story here, is that everyone has a unique, and everyone has a different entryway.
Yeah.
And each entryway, whether it be karting or whether it be through your route, is something that maybe another person could do. And maybe someone out here could take that same route or find their own. And that's the beauty of when we talk about each person's story around here. And so do you still use sim, or I should say, how do you still use sim as a training regimen today? And do you think the role of sim in motorsports will evolve in the future?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's already reaching such a stage where all Formula 1 drivers have to spend hours and hours and hours in the sim. It's their obligation. They have to. The team needs the data. They need the training. And they now understand how sim is a training tool that is the cost effectiveness of that is just like crazy. And you have to do it. You have to do it. That's why we see so many super fast drivers still using the sim. So what I see right now is that you don't have two options, karting or sim. Like the drivers that give their best and try to really reach that top, they do both. They do karting, they do sim, because now they understand how important it is. And I have many students now that are 8 years old, 7, 9, and they are karters, but they have the sim. And they understand, they give just as much importance to the simulator. I have a student who is, I think he's 9 now, and he's 3,000 iRating. I'm like, how? Like 3,000 iRating, that's like top 2% in iRacing, and he is 9 years old. So just imagine like where he is going. doing karting and already being so disciplined and so performant in the sim. So yes, I think right now the trend, it's not new anymore that, oh, sim racing might be a way. No, everyone knows already. I mean, that was like 3-4 years ago. Now in 5 years, it's going to be almost like, even now I'm going to say it's already, you need to do it. Like it's a requirement for you to really perform well. And I did that because, I know that because in 2023 I was racing Formula 4 with a lot of 15-year-old, 16-year-old, and they were all already doing the sim. They were all already in iRacing. They were seriously building their careers in real life and using the sim.
Now, I always end with this question. It's probably the most difficult question. What is in still for your future? Like, what do you see? Where do you want to go? Do you have goals? Where do you want to be? Is there a race series that you want to be a part of? I mean, it's probably the most hardest question in front of an audience. You have to spill your tea. But we all want to know, like, what's next? Where do you want to, what's your goals?
Yeah, it is difficult, actually, because it is what I'm spending the most energy in recently. I just became champion in the Radical Championship in the US, and that for me is still sinking in. Since that happened, I got 10, 15 offers of teams to race. Even the 24 Hours of Daytona, like, what? And then, of course, that means finding the sponsors. I'm still working on that. That means, you know, preparing for that. And this is the high-level stuff now. But this is the racing side. Of course, my big passion is actually coaching. I have the Motor Racing Academy right now. We're 10 people, we're growing. We have 7,000 students. We have events, we have league races, and I'm so passionate about that. I know that at some point that's going to become a real life racing school. That's going to become a real life racing program. That might become a real life racing team. So the academy is my passion as well as racing. And I'm just making sure that I find the right balance to continue being the coach that I love to be, as well as a racing driver.
Amazing. And then again, I'm spoiled. I get to hear this story often. I want to thank you guys for listening to Suelio. He's amazing, and I hope you guys felt the same way, because every time I listen to him, it just, you know, I always have a smile on my face. So thank you, Suelio, and I appreciate everyone for listening. And Luke, back to you.
Thank you, man.
What a very impressive young man. And the fun fact, definitely a round of applause. Fun fact, Jim here was actually a Major League Baseball pitcher as well. So two very impressive human beings there. So that was a fantastic panel. We've got one more coming up for you this afternoon. The most eagerly anticipated game currently out there, Assetto Corsa Evo, is going to be spoken about with the guys from Kunos very, very shortly. That is going to be in about 30 minutes. So go get yourself some drinks, some snacks, get ready, because that is going to be an absolute blast. We'll see you then.
Woo. Thanks, everyone.
expert support for your sim racing setup, SimRig Support has you covered. With over 2,000 hours of experience, our team excels in diagnosing and resolving issues swiftly. Submit a ticket for remote help, send us your hardware with a prepaid label, or book an on-site visit. We handle all major brands from wheel to PC problems. Trust SimRig Support to keep you racing.
Happen for the ultimate partnership. Init Esports and Southwest Vision are teaming up to bring you SimExpo, where innovation meets the thrill of competition. The ADAC SimRacing Expo is not just evolving, it's going global. This world-renowned event is crossing the Atlantic for the first time ever, making its way to the US at South by Southwest 2025 in Austin, Texas as SimExpo. Austin, the live music capital of the world and one of the most iconic venues. The Long Center is the perfect stage for our US debut, right in the heart of downtown. South by Southwest is where the world's most creative minds gather, with over 228,000 attendees from 108 countries spanning more than 15 industries. It is a place where innovation thrives and boundaries are pushed, making it the ultimate destination to showcase your brand. This is your chance to be a part of something historic as the SimExpo makes its mark on the US for the first time. Don't miss this opportunity to join us at the start of a new era. Come and join us at the SimExpo 2025 at South by Southwest.
Hi zusammen, herzlich willkommen auf der ADAC SimRacing Expo. Mein Name ist Matze. Wer hat Lust auf ACE?
Welcome back to the SimRacing Expo 2024. And we've probably got the most eagerly anticipated panel of the weekend. I can tell you, you can't see it on the cameras, but there are so many people here waiting to hear what these gentlemen to my left have to say. We even have people sat on the floor as well. So please help me in welcoming Marco Mazzaruto, Davide Brivio from Kunos, Steve Worrell from SimGrid, and Matza as your host.
Yes, you can see them probably in the stream, but you can hear them. Great to have you here, audience. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for showing up, guys. And maybe you just shortly introduce yourself so everybody knows who is who.
I'm Marco Massaruto, co-founder and executive manager at Kuno Simulazioni, and one of the two guys behind the Assetto Corsa franchise. The other one is Stefano Casillo, who is somewhere around here.
Greetings. Okay, Davide.
Hey, I'm Davide, game director for Assetto Corsa Evo.
Okay, and Steve. Oh, yeah. Steve needs a microphone as well.
Yeah, hi, Steve Worrell from SimGrid. I'm the CMO there at Speed Capital as well.
Okay, so obviously there's something to talk about, so let's address the elephant in the room. You got a new game. Maybe you just start out and tell us everything about it, because everybody wants to know everything about it, right?
Well, we had 5 very tough weeks after we decided to join the SimExpo after the presentation of the trailer of the game. So we are very happy to be here. We prepared a special version of the game just to let people to have a very first glimpse and test about it.
Yeah. Okay. Amazing. So then maybe just let's dive right into it. What's new? What's what has everybody to know about AC Evo?
Well, when we started to define what Evo was going to be, when you know that you have 3 to 4 years in development before to release a new product, you need to try to imagine and to guess what people will like to play. This is not about your age. In the next 3 to 4 to 5 years. And when we started to design Evo, we recognized that the formula, choose the car, choose the track, hot lap, race, setup, is absolutely great and good for a lot of people, but possibly in 2004, 2034, 25 will be enough anymore. So, without giving a bit in terms of the loyalty to the Assetto Corsa DNA, we got back to our roots, what we did with Assetto Corsa 1, in terms of variety of cars, tracks, gameplay. But we added was missing. What was missing from the Assetto Corsa franchise? So a huge gameplay, game economy, and even bigger attention to car detail, car physics, handling, sounds, car accuracy, and track accuracy, with a lot of new elements that we believe will make people happy. And for the comments, we have read about also the possibility to have a free roam mode. We saw that our audience looked to be happy, making sure and clear that Assetto Corsa is a pure 110% an Assetto Corsa simulation. And I hope, we hope and guess that what people is driving during the SimExpo with Assetto Corsa Evo build can convince them that is the new Assetto Corsa that is coming.
Okay, so in particular, what is it?
We created a brand new engine because we want to handle the technology that there is behind Assetto. Also because we want to put the best maximum attention to VR, triple screen, and all those technologies that are specifically dedicated for sim racer. That is something that we can handle enough well, at least in our opinion, with Unreal. So we created a brand new Kuno Simulazioni engine that is specifically designed for racing applications. And this allowed us also to include a lot of new stuff. Dynamic weather, dynamic track, a free roam that is based on a new terrain technology that can allow to manage a very big map and hundreds of kilometers of roads. And we worked a lot also on the physics in order to improve what is good in the Assetto Corsa franchise, and working on those aspects that can be considered weak, maybe in the physics and in the handling of Assetto. What changed a lot is also the relationship with the car manufacturers. That also, thanks to the competizione, we made strengthen the relationships with them. And this changed also our approach to the handling of the cars, because they are, of course, based on the car data we receive from the manufacturers, but we also have the possibility to drive many of the cars, the real cars, on track and on road that will be included in Evo. And this helps us to match even better the real counterpart with the virtual one.
Okay, amazing. You also, like, it's written down on the screen, like rethinking sim racing was one of the big parts. Could you dive into that as well?
Yes, rethinking sim racing because, as I said before, sim racing is a synonym of simulation, of course, but is strictly dedicated to track racing. The track racing in Evo is safe. One of the 3 events shows the Porsche Cup GT3 Cup at Imola in race mode, so that we make sure that the racing part is in there. I saw that in the video we showed, in the trailer, we showed only the Porsche GT3 Cup. So some people are assuming that will not be racing content. I want to make clear and our community happy about the fact that, like in AC1, we'll have any kind of cars, from the stock cars, racing, prototypes, Formula 1, vintage, whatever you want will be there. The rethinking is about the possibility to let people enjoying a different way to enjoy Assetto Corsa Evo, not just on the track, but also on the road. Because there are some cars that are beautiful to drive, but are not eligible for the track, because in the trailer we show the Morgan Super 3 wheeler. It is an amazing car. I drove it in UK at minus 8 degrees. It was quite an experience. but it's a car that is beautiful on road, it's great for a trip, it's not that much interesting on the track.
Yeah,
we want that you can enjoy any single car we make in Assetto Corsa at the very best. Not to mention that driving on road, especially on beautiful roads, pays even more depth and details to the Assetto Corsa franchise.
Yeah, okay. Is that also what you consider to be the DNA of AC? Because that's pretty much what made the game so like unique somehow, and that's what you stuck to.
Yeah, the point is that we want and we need, as any other company, to embrace a broader audience. Because the licensing, the cost are getting much more huge than in the past, and any other company we need to grow. But we don't want to give up in what Assetto Corsa means, because Assetto Corsa is a simulation. And if we start to do something else, we will kill Assetto Corsa. So to embrace a broader audience, we don't make the simulation easier or a syncade or anything like this. We collected the ideas, the suggestions, and also what we have seen in the way how people are enjoying modding. For example, we saw in the last 2-3 years a lot of people enjoying Assetto Corsa with mods created on roads like the LA Canyon or the Tokyo highway, that is a crazy thing. And we see that people are happy to enjoy Assetto Corsa in a different way. We are doing the same. Not with the modding, not through the modding, but with the content generated and created in Kuno Simulazioni that are based on real data, real locations, that we believe that will be also very connected with the life of the petrolheads. We're not going to include scenarios or things that are boring for a petrolhead or for a car enthusiast. You will see.
Yeah, I'm so looking forward to that. What I actually can see over here is like there's so many interested people, and that is because there's so much love for the game in the audience, and I guess it's because you put so much love into the game, like into the first one. So how did you approach the development of this new AC Evo? When you like first thought about it, like how did you approach it? How do you think like, okay, what can we do? Did you make like a brainstorming or something like that?
We don't sleep, we don't eat.
I believe so.
No, we made a proper design of Evo 4 years ago when we started. We said, okay, what do we want to see in Evo? This and that. During the development, we adjusted a bit the target, because some things are feasible, some things are great, but can be feasible on the long term. Assetto Corsa Evo has been designed from scratch with a different structure that will allow us to support the game for many, many years. So that we want to expand the game possibly forever. And the way how we are working reflects what we want to achieve. And the gameplay, the game economy, it was one of the targets we had. Davide will go deeply on that. But this is one of the big steps ahead, because honestly, the previous Assetto Corsa, in terms of gameplay, they are very simple, as we said before. We want to create not just a career, let me say, but something that actually is the RPG of the petrolheads. All of us, we are car enthusiasts, we love cars, we love driving. Some of them like to collect diecast model or real cars. They want to drive on track, on road. They want to tune, customize their cars. Evo will allow to do all of these things, possibly.
Oh yeah. See, yeah. Feel free to clap. Give a warm hand of applause.
Dankeschön.
I think so nice words. You mentioned so much right there on the screen, it's visible. Is there anything you want to add and tell about the game? Like, because otherwise I would go to Davide into the gameplay.
You can go to Davide.
Okay, then I go to Davide. Davide, great to have you here, first of all. Thank you for being. So gameplay is different, but what is different from like the other one to the new one?
Yeah, sorry for that. Let me start with a big thank you to everyone.
Of course.
From our developers, because after all these years of hard work, seeing your smiles is a big reward for the guys. So go to them and hug them. They will like it. So yeah, when we actually started development, and as Marco was saying, we started brainstorming about, okay, what's going to be new? And we said, okay, we need to keep ourselves, in the first place, we need ourselves in the team to be attached to the product, to love the product, because otherwise, with such a small team, things are not working. Because the team is good, but you also need passion towards what you're doing to do that extra mile that you need. So we were thinking, you know, we are enjoying sim racing. We are also online players of our own games, but we don't want to lose the will of reopening the game every time. And what's going to give that feeling? So we are all car lovers. We play with cars. We go to track days, and we love to manage our cars like our side job, you know. And we thought, okay, that's something in common with all sim racers. They all love cars, and probably it's a good idea to stop making scripted places in the game where we try to make career modes that are not like our probably best point. And what if we wrap the entire experience with progress? You enter the game, you start from some point, and you develop with total freedom, but you know, gaining momentum inside the game. So what we think to lay down is basically a game economy system that will be as simple as we can, but will help players to enter the game with a budget, choose the first car, and then with total freedom they can play, accumulate experience and virtual currency, just in game, guys, no microtransactions, but yeah, we don't like that. So you will be able to play the game, collect experience and virtual credits, and buy the cars you want, or if you don't want to see anything of that and you just want to play more sandbox, you can rent the cars. So the disadvantage in that case is that you will not be able to customize cars that you just want to rent and drive, while owning a car is all about making it your car. So customization and maybe something more.
That sounds just amazing. Well, I was thinking about maybe, like, there's so many interested people in the audience, if we maybe can have like 2-3 questions. We don't have too much time. Steve, do you maybe want to step in now and we do the Q&A after? Yeah, would that be good idea? Okay, then you don't have tone yet. Yeah, maybe take that microphone. So you provide the platform. Could you maybe tell us a bit about the partnership with Kunos?
So we're really honoured to be partnered with Kunos for Evo. As you've heard from Marco and Davide, the size of this game and the ambition of this game is absolutely huge. We're here to support with the vision that they've got for multiplayer. And again, that is no small task. I think it's equal in ambition to the rest of the game. Yeah. But with SimGrid, we've got expertise in the field, having built the platforms in the past. The work that we've done with Assetto Corsa Competizione on console especially has been a good learning for us as well, and that's all good learning that's going to go into the portal for Evo. But what it really means is that there's more features to come sooner. We are able to give the guys the freedom to focus on the game development rather than a web portal and a website. They can focus on the core game mechanics, which is really what we all want, right? We want the best game possible. So yeah, that's really the nature of the partnership, and we're really honoured to be part of it.
Okay, so you give each other freedom and empower yourselves, and so that it can grow as much as possible. Okay, so audience, are there questions? Whoever has a questions, raise your hands, and I try to figure out 1, 2, 3. I would say, is that fine by you? And I just come over and maybe hand over the microphone. So this is your question.
Hi, I'm Niklas. Awesome. I really look forward to it already. Just actually have a bunch of questions, but I try to pick one of them. Something that we heard about was this currency about modifying different cars. Is that going to be more on a single player side, or is that going to be more in the multiplayer as well with some sort of performance rating, you could say?
this is going to be a holistic system inside the game. Imagine that you can have the freedom to play single player, multiplayer, special events. We don't really care what you like to play. Do you want to collection 17 Alpines of the same model and be the coolest guy having Alpines, or do you want to play all racing disciplines, or do you just want to free roam? Doesn't matter. So it's gonna impact single player, multiplayer, etc. Of course, we know that our game is also used for esports and professional esports. So it's pretty obvious that the software will have scenarios in which all of this is suddenly forgotten for a while, but then when you do your home experience of building your character into the game, you will keep it up again.
Coming over here. What's your name and what's your question?
I'm Adam, and you can probably guess from the t-shirt that I'm wearing what question I'm about to ask, but for the benefit of everyone else, I'm the commercial director at simracing.gp, and obviously the partnership that you have with SimGrid makes total sense for you guys to be able to focus on the game, but the question has to be, for those of us that are outside of the SimGrid ecosystem, so the leagues that are based on SGP, the leagues that are based on Grid Finder and World Sim Series and things like that, will we still have the same kind of access that we do to integrate in the way that we have done with AC and with ACC, or is it going to be locked down into one partner?
Well, the idea to cooperate with the SimGrid is to take advantage of their skill and experience in this particular area. Of course, it's not an exclusive, so we want to get the Evo ecosystem open to any kind of activity, leagues, and things like this. We started from this partnership because, as Steve said, this led us to be focused on the game and also to develop those functionalities that the guys know are very, very important for the multiplayer. We want to create an ecosystem. We'll go deeply on it in the next weeks in terms of which kind of features you can expect. But the idea is that you never leave Evo, even when you don't use Evo. But that said, we want to keep everything open for any kind of organization, so that any league, any community can organize its own racing events. We are going to change the way how we manage the server. It will be always a server-centric, like the previous Assetto Corsa, so no peer-to-peer or things like this, because we want to guarantee the best possible performance and stability, but we are also keeping a look, an eye on, in order to prevent as much as possible the cheating, the DDoS attacks, and all those things that have been done by people that don't have a life just to ruin the experience of other people. So we take advantage of people that, for living, do this job, because we believe that is the best possible solution in order to offer to the community the best possible service and ecosystem we can.
Question answered, perfect. We have another question over here right beside the camera over there, and somebody waving over there. Okay, so we try to be quick.
I really think I only have one very particular technical question, but first I want to say it's so incredible to see you all guys here, like Stefano and Aris, and all of you. I really applaud to you for the next entry of this sim game. My question would be really quick. Since you support triple screen and VR, a single screen setup, you see it like over here, there's almost everybody with a curved screen. So Assetto Corsa Competizione was the only game at the market that has proper curved screen correction. Will Assetto Corsa Evo have it?
Good question. Thanks for the question. No, we were late. We already have in alpha version the support for VR and triple screen. They already work. But we were not in the condition yet to guarantee the best possible performance for the SimExpo. We want to stay focused on what we can achieve at the very best. But I can confirm you that in the first build of early access on January 16. VR and travel screen will be already set up. Yeah.
Somebody's happy over there, I guess. Beautiful. Okay, one last question. You were raving all the time over there. Yeah, maybe we can give the microphone over to the guys. It will take just 5 to 10 minutes. Be patient in the stream, everybody. Okay, there it is.
So in terms of vehicle customization, how far will it go? Will it just be liveries, or will we be able to add like spoilers or modify our engines?
We will go deeper than visual customization, but let's keep some surprise for the next weeks.
Okay, perfect. So then I would guess we're done for the moment. There's so much to come. Everybody's really looking forward to. Do you guys, any of you, want to add something else or want to tell something to the audience? Because that will be the moment.
We came here with hopes after 4 years of huge development, facing like any of you here, problems, life problems, the COVID, and any other kind of problem. And at the end, we brought here the best Assetto Corsa we can achieve. But as you can imagine, we were a bit scared because we know that the expectation for the heritage of Assetto Corsa are quite high. The official trailer get things worse because he raised even more the expectations. We are so glad to see how much love and passion and interest you are putting in our product. This is, believe me, is the fuel that let us to work on daily basis at the best as we can. And the comments, the videos, and what I read and see, I saw until now about your feedback for the game has been just speechless. And we encourage you to tell us, to the guys right there with the Assetto Corsa t-shirts, to ask your question about the game. If you have any concern, if you have any critical point, don't be shy, because we are here for that. We want to offer you the best experience we can. So the compliments are welcome, but the critics are welcome too. And as Davide said, I want just to thank you so much, because without you, we'll not be here. So the best thing we can do is to give you the best Assetto Corsa ever.
So much for AC Evo. Thank you so much for being here, Marco, Davide, and also, of course, Steve. Honestly, from my perspective, from my point, I have to say I'm super, honestly, really thankful, because you make this dream for us possible. You are pretty much the DNA of ADAC SimRacing Expo, that you are here as developers, as the important people of the whole community. That's just amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Everybody in this stream, our next panel is going to be Hyundai-N at 3. Thank you for joining in, and see you then. Bye-bye.
Need expert support for your sim racing setup? SimRig Support has you covered. With over 2,000 hours of experience, our team excels in diagnosing and resolving issues swiftly. Submit a ticket for remote help, send us your hardware with a prepaid label, or book an on-site visit. We handle all major brands from wheel to PC problems. Trust SimRig Support to keep you racing.
Happen for the ultimate partnership. Init Esports and Southwest Vision are teaming up to bring you SimExpo, where innovation meets the thrill of competition. The ADAC SimRacing Expo is not just evolving, it's going global. This world-renowned event is crossing the Atlantic for the first time ever, making its way to the US at South by Southwest 2025 in Austin, Texas as SimExpo. Austin, the live music capital of the world and one of the most iconic venues. The Long Center is the perfect stage for our US debut, right in the heart of downtown. South by Southwest is where the world's most creative minds gather, with over 228,000 attendees from 108 countries spanning more than 15 industries. It is a place where innovation thrives and boundaries are pushed, making it the ultimate destination to showcase your brand. This is your chance to be a part of something historic as the SimExpo makes its mark on the US for the first time. Don't miss this opportunity to join us at the start of a new era. Come and join us at the SimExpo 2025 at South by Southwest.
Hello, everyone. We are from Hyundai-N, and it's a pleasure to be here today at SimExpo. Thank you for giving us a warm welcome today. My name is Jae-woon, and I'm excited here to share Hyundai-N's vision for the future of motorsport and esports. So during my career, I have had the privilege to continue to the growth of both motorsports and esports. And today I'm thrilled to introduce Hyundai-N's new and exciting plans for the world of sim racing. But first, before I start, let me tell you how we got here. In 2019 and 2020, Hyundai Motorsport made history by winning back-to-back the WRC Manufacturer Championship. So competing in some of the most challenging conditions, from snow to gravel and tarmac, the Hyundai i20 Coupe WRC proved its mettle, securing Hyundai's place among the elite of the World Rally Championship. In 2021, the Hyundai-N made history at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, one of the most grueling endurance races in the world. And the Hyundai Elantra N secured the class victory, showcasing the power and reliability of Hyundai N on a global stage. So following this victory, Hyundai N continued its dominance by securing a victory at the 24 Hours race in 2022, 23, and 24. This remarkable achievement solidified our position as one of the top teams in enduring racing. In 2022, Hyundai-N celebrated another incredible milestone by winning the double titles in the World Touring Car Cup, the WTCR. Our team not only clinched the driver champion title, but also brought home the team champion trophy. Also in 2023, Hyundai continued to make its mark at the TCR World Tour, where our driver took home the driver champion title. This victory is yet another testament to the competitive spirit of Hyundai-N and the engineering excellence of our TCR machines. And also this year, the Hyundai-N electrified the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb with the Ioniq 5N. As Hyundai's high-performance EV, the Ioniq 5N set a new benchmark at the legendary event, proving that electric vehicles can conquer one of the most demanding motorsport challenges in the world. So, and now, with our rich heritage in motorsport, we've proven that Hyundai-N is built to win on the world's toughest tracks. Today, we are ready to take this passion, precision, and success into the virtual world. The Hyundai-N Virtual Cup, a global competition where the thrill of motorsports meets the cutting-edge technology, allowing drivers from all corners of the world to experience the power of N in the realm of sim racing. This tournament will offer a total prize of 100,000 USD, providing an extraordinary opportunity for both experienced drivers and also to new people entering the sim racing. So which platform are we racing on? We'll be racing on the Assetto Corsa, which is a fantastic platform known for its realistic driving physics and incredible attention to detail. We are very excited today with our partnership with Kunos Simulaziani, which is a consistently push the boundaries of sim racing. And now, I'd like to bring to the stage our partner from Kunos, Mr. Valerio Piersanti. Let's give it up to Mr. Valerio. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we are extremely proud of the work that Hyundai has been doing with us. As you know, for us, working with manufacturers is growing as one of the key elements to have a simulation, a proper simulation in our game. And this is something that is really, clearly it's about our physics model that is able to render, but we need the data input and we need the work. And Hyundai was one of the most active partners for us in letting us into the real cars, into their experience. And so we could really get what they are doing with the new range of cars, and we discovered that it's really something that let people feel the thrill of driving in every one of their range, the cars of their range. So for us, not only in the tournament, in their eSport tournament that they mentioned, but also for Evo, and you saw the presentation from Marco before and Davide, Hyundai will be a key partner, and we are really proud to say that it's going to go deeper than just the tournament. It's going to last over the years, and so we feel that it's one of the partners that will work most closely in the future. It's an ecosystem that will last for us years, and e-sport-wise, racing-wise, but also experiencing the cars in the road range. This is something that will be an important element in the future for Evo and for Assetto Corsa and each of the titles that we have on the market. So thank you to Hyundai and thank you to you for the attention.
So like Valeria mentioned, today we're announcing the global partnership with Kunos, which is the popular game of Assetto Corsa. And with the support of Kunos, we plan to expand our high-performance driving experience into the virtual space. So this partnership represents a significant step forward in bringing together the Hyundai-N brand fans and the eSport enthusiasts together. So which car will we be using for this game? The star of the Hyundai-N Virtual Cup will be the Elantra NTC, a vehicle boasting 350 brake horsepower, a 0 to 100 kilometers per hour time of just 4.5 seconds, and a top speed of 248 kilometers per hour. This car has been specifically developed for the Hyundai-N Virtual Cup, ensuring a thrilling and competitive experience. Now for the tracks, we have some of the most iconic tracks in the world lined up for you, including Brands Hatch, Laguna Seca, Monza, Nürburgring, and much more. So you'll be racing on the best of best tracks. And for the participating regions, this global event will have participants from regions from Korea, the USA, Europe, and China. And the top drivers from each region will advance to the final stages of the competition. And lastly, the World Final will take place in Korea next year in January, where the top 20 drivers from all around the world will battle for the championship. The competition format is designed to challenge drivers at every level, from pre-qualification to the World Final. And the best lap qualification, regional races, regional semifinals will narrow down the field, with the finalists invited to Korea to compete. So the top 20 finalists from all the regions will receive an all-inclusive trip to Korea to compete in the World Final. This is an incredible opportunity to showcase your skills on a global stage. This Hyundai-N Virtual Cup pre-qualification starts soon after the SimExpo. You can sign up today at HyundaiNVirtualCup.com. So don't miss out the chance to be part of this competition. Thank you for listening today. And I hope to see you soon in our tournament and in Korea next year soon. Thank you very much.
I'm back again. That was awkward. I had to walk on. Hello, everybody, again. Welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2024. That was a lovely panel there from Hyundai-N. Lovely thank you from them as well. But we will now be heading to a little break. We have got just under 50 minutes before we will have a panel with some big, big names. We've got Jan Mardenborough who's going to come and get involved. We also have Kevin Bobbitt from iRacing. We've got Eric Majimba from Thrustmaster and JF Chardon from Race Room to discuss the golden eras of sim racing. Is it now? Was it 10 years ago? Was it 20 years ago? Well, we're going to find out in about 50 minutes' time. So get yourself some drinks and some snacks, and we'll see you there.
Need expert support for your sim racing setup? SimRig Support has you covered. With over 2,000 hours of experience, our team excels in diagnosing and resolving issues swiftly. Submit a ticket for remote help, send us your hardware with a prepaid label, or book an on-site visit. We handle all major brands from wheel to PC problems. Trust SimRig Support to keep you racing.
Happen for the ultimate partnership. Init Esports and Southwest Vision are teaming up to bring you SimExpo, where innovation meets the thrill of competition. The ADAC SimRacing Expo is not just evolving, it's going global. This world-renowned event is crossing the Atlantic for the first time ever, making its way to the US at South by Southwest 2025 in Austin, Texas as SimExpo. Austin, the live music capital of the world and one of the most iconic venues. The Long Center is the perfect stage for our US debut, right in the heart of downtown. South by Southwest is where the world's most creative minds gather, with over 228,000 attendees from 108 countries spanning more than 15 industries. It is a place where innovation thrives and boundaries are pushed, making it the ultimate destination to showcase your brand. This is your chance to be a part of something historic as the SimExpo makes its mark on the US for the first time. Don't miss this opportunity to join us at the start of a new era. Come and join us at the SimExpo 2025 at South by Southwest.
Hey everybody, welcome back in the live stream and welcome back live on stage right here at the SimRacing Expo 2024. My name is Matt and now we're going to deep dive into sim racing overall, like into the past, into the current status, but also into the future. We discussed the question, is this the golden age of sim racing, with Kevin Bobbitt from iRacing, with JF Chardon from Race Room, with Xavier Pichot from Thrustmaster, and also Jan Mardenborough is here, sim racing icon and subject of the Gran Turismo movie. They all together with Luke have fun with the panel now.
Oh, there we go. Round of applause. Love that. Thank you very much. Yeah, welcome to the panel. I'm going to be honest. There's not much written down here on this card. It is the golden eras of sim racing. So we're just going to talk about what our golden eras were, whether it's currently, it could be 20 years ago. But first of all, if you could introduce yourselves from JF all the way down, that'd be wonderful.
All right. So I'm JF Chardon. I'm working for Cadbury Studios on Race Room, which is a free-to-play game on Steam, and I'm a head of studio over there.
Hello everyone, I'm Xavier Pichot from Thrustmaster team. Work in the marketing department, basically responsible for product launches. And this is the first time that we are here at the Expo, so it's a pleasure to be here.
And I'm Jan Mardenborough. I'm a gamer turned racing driver. I've been racing since 2011, starting on Gran Turismo, and had a movie made about my part of my career. And yeah, happy to be here and see the development of sim racing.
And I'm Kevin Bobbitt, head of marketing and comms for iRacing. Super excited to be here and join this panel with some pretty interesting people here.
Wonderful. Well, simple question, guys. What was your golden era of sim racing? Is it now? Was it 20 years ago? What's your favorite game you ever played?
Well, I don't want to say golden era, because I think golden era is now, because you know, when I was a teenager, kind of coming home from school, and my parents are kind of on my back the whole time, telling me to revise for lessons and exams, and I'm trying to play. Well, at the time it was Forza 3, Forza 4 on Xbox, and then on PlayStation playing Gran Turismo, and you know, I'm online, racing online all the time. I'd have my kind of friendship group on a forum, and those are good times. I remember those times vividly. But I would say the golden era is now, really. 2020 was cool as well. I think that was a really cool time, and it really pushed the industry forward, because everybody was kind of locked in their house, and you'd have real race drivers race against the great sim drivers, and you had that convergence. And then everybody wanted to have a simulator, everyone across the world. So I think that those 2 periods of time were great, and even today, it's you know, I'm seeing manufacturers that I've never seen before come out and produce amazing products. So I think even right now, it's a great time for the whole industry. There's so much variety in simulation, software, but also hardware as well. So I think it's even today, it's fantastic.
Yeah. For me, I started sim racing early 2000s, and you know, back then we didn't have the hardware that is currently available. So you either had like a Logitech or a Thrustmaster, and there was like very little choice. So there were no hardware discussions on the forums of our communities. It was very little. You just had a wheel or you didn't. And these days, I mean, you have sim rigs everywhere. You have the plethora of choice. So from that point of view, it definitely is a golden age from the choice available for starting sim racing, for improving your experience also. It's just amazing, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, my first racing game was probably Need for Speed Pursuit on Wii. And by this time, you can drive the car with your remote, you know. I don't know if we can even call that sim racing, but it was something at this time. And yeah, I mean, I had a lot of fun with many racing games, even at Gamepad, but I'm sure we can't say that Golden Age is not now, because just look at here. There is plenty of brand, new products every month. This is crazy, even compared to last year. This is crazy, and people are more attracted by sim racing, even if it's beginners or experts. There is much more than a few years ago. So basically, Golden Age can't be anything else than today.
totally agreed. You couldn't have an event like this, an expo, like if it wasn't the golden age. And to announce another one in the U.S. next year, I mean, it's amazing. Even a few years ago, who would have thought? And I've been coming to this expo for 10 years, and it's grown a lot. I mean, the quality of the stands, the quality of the gear, the variety of the gear, the amount of software, it's amazing. I mean, my first game was not a sim, it was probably it was a little handheld plastic thing made by, I don't know, Coleco or something. It had 3 little red dots, and you would just move a little arrow, and that's how you raced. And I thought it was pretty cool. I mean, I guess that's dating me, but now, I mean, things are so close to reality. Whatever title you're into, there's an option for you. I might be partial to iRacing, but you know, there's some other good ones out there, and you know, whatever type of racing you want, you can find it.
Yeah, for me, like my first memory is Ridge Racer. That's like the game that made me fall in love with racing games. I fell in love with racing games before I fell in love with actual motorsport, to be honest. What was the game or maybe an event or something you saw that made you fall in love with gaming or sim racing?
I couldn't hear the question, I'm sorry. What was the game that was?
Yeah, well, what was the event or the game that made you fall in love with sim racing?
Oh, it was, for me it was GT Legends. I was actually, back then, I was hyped for GTR 2. And I bought the first master wheel, waiting for the game to come out. And I had the wheel but no game, so I bought GT Legends, and I just stuck to it. So, and then that's how I became addicted or stepped into the sim racing industry, because I became a beta tester for Simbin Studios back then, and found my way like a fish all the way here. So, GT Legends is the one I would mark.
I'm trying to delve back into my memory, and I guess the first thing that got me interested in sim racing was Toka touring cars. So at the same time I was watching British touring cars on TV. I didn't understand Formula One because they didn't look like a car to me, but Toka touring cars, I could kind of relate to the car on the street and then play the game and have my, I don't know, Ford Mondeo, that racing that I saw on TV on the weekend. So I think that was the starting point for me.
The Yellow Lagoon is my favourite car of all time, by the way.
It is, and the Nescafe livery as well, it was fantastic.
Do you remember where you could cheat to get the tank?
Yes.
Yeah, what a
I've
game.
just unlocked the memory and the lava map.
iRacing are working on both those things, that's great.
Yeah, for me, some of the early console F1 games got me really into F1. I would play the track that was, you know, the week, and back then it was much harder to watch F1 in the U.S. It's changed a lot, but I wouldn't call those sims, but they were racing games, and I really got hooked. And then, you know, life happens, and I found iRacing, this little startup company that was looking for a little help on the marketing side, and it was like, oh, I wonder where this is going to go. It seems interesting, let me give it a shot. And, you know, 17, 18 years later, I'm still here on stage with you guys. So.
For me, I mean, I loved it. I fell in love with racing game, with the Need for Speed game, because I was, as a kid, I was really into tuning car stuff. Like going on tuning show with my father was something, even if I was like 10. But yeah, it was not sim racing back in this time. My first experience with sim racing was GT Sports. Maybe like most, like a lot of guy at my age. And then I discovered that racing game shouldn't be played with a gamepad and just with a steering wheel. So yeah, that was my first step, and then I could continue. I used to be a PlayStation guy at this time, so GT was the only option.
So for you, Jan, it's a specific question. Obviously, you were the original from sim to real, if you like, the original story that people are trying to follow is happening more and more now. At what point did you realise that it was more than just a game to have fun with, and you could actually genuinely compete?
I never had that thought process really when I was playing was mainly at the time playing Gran Turismo on PS3. I never had the thought of, yeah, you know, this is used as a tool to turn myself into a driver. It wasn't really in my mind. I didn't think that big, but I was aware of the competition, that there was a competition going around where the winner has a chance to become a professional driver. I was in a stage of my life where I was pretty much at the bottom, status-wise, it was awful, and I entered just to see how far I can go. not to win. I didn't think I could win. I thought, okay, there's a door opening. How far can I walk through the door and find another door and get to the next step? And then I asked myself the same question as you asked me. So when I'm walking up to a GTR for the first time at Silverstone on the full GP circuit, my road car has 130 horsepower. I'd never driven on the track. I'd never done karting. I'd never been on a track day. And I'm stepping into a GTR for the first time, the first gen 485 horsepower car. I'm like, how's this gonna feel? I had an instructor next to me, and what was staggering to me at the time was when I'll be trail braking the car, so the car's really on its nose entering a long sweeping corner, and I can feel the moment I touch the throttle, the four-wheel drive system shift the power to the front axle. I felt that because it was the same feeling I get on Gran Turismo when I'm in the same situation. It's that same feeling through my hands. I could feel the power shift. And then I'd, of course, get on the throttle. I feel the power shift in the rear once the front is starting to lose grip. And I'd get an oversteer moment. And I'm like, okay, this feels the same as the game. So I'm like, as I'm doing my first laps ever on a real circuit, I'm just logging what feels same. I have this weird feeling in my back because I've never felt a car move beneath me before because I sit on a static simulator at home. So that took some time to kind of develop with my eyes and also what I'm feeling through my hands. But yeah, it felt natural to me. So I'm really the proof that you can go virtual, proper virtual, not you've done some karting when you're 7 or 8 years old and then you stopped and then you used a simulator. I did nothing. My karting was when I went to a friend's birthday party and paid for £20 to drive for half an hour. So it is, for me, I was the first step of the ladder, and especially now with simulations and the software you have in the equipment is so advanced now, and you have telemetry from the real cars getting implemented into the software today. It's so advanced. So yeah, at the time I didn't think it was possible because I didn't think about it. It wasn't really my conscious. But for sure, it's of course it's proof now. It's completely possible to go from virtual to reality.
I think we're pretty unanimous in that right now is the golden era of sim racing, or gaming, motor gaming. What do we need to do for it to continue to grow and to continue to fill out Messe halls here in Dortmund? Like last year, we were maybe 2/3 of this. Now we're filling up the whole area. What do we need to do for this growth to continue?
Yeah, in the topic of golden age of sim racing, there is the idea of what comes next. Because if this is the golden age, you either keep rising or you just fall a bit. So it's interesting to me that motorsport's golden age is behind us. We keep saying that cars were louder before, they were making a lot more noise, they were more exciting, and you can see the spectators, amount of spectators in the grandstands going lower and lower and lower. And while that's happening in real life, the sim racing scene is rising. So that's a bit of an interesting something to notice. And yeah, so it's what comes next would be my question. How do you keep improving? That's the challenge to tackle.
I like the crossover that you have. You have here today. You have car manufacturers. You have simulator companies that have race cars on their stands. For me, okay, I'm not. Yes, I do sim racing still occasionally for fun, but I'm a professional driver now. So maybe I'm not the right guy to say how to bring simulation forward. But what I would like to see if I was still a sim driver full time was the more tapping in more to the motorsport. So when I see simulator events at motorsport events, like last year you had a championship in Europe called the SRO Fanatec GT World Challenge, and they would have each team would have a simulator driver, and there'll be a simulator race at each weekend, and sometimes there'll be a delegated race driver that had to do a sim race as well. But the points from the sim would contribute to the overall championship of the real life racing. For me, I like that because it brings validity to sim racing world. Because at the moment it's still quite separate. So occasionally motorsport gets involved and they dip in and out, but that really solidifies it. So I like the the partnership of real-life motorsport, and you see the equipment as well. Like here, you have real-life race wheels that can interchange from a race car to a simulator, the pedals. So more of that, I think it gives it a lot more validity.
I would just add, we need more people, right? So we want to fill this hall or a bigger hall, right? So let's get more people introduced to this. Whether if they're not already sim racers, maybe they play racing games and it's a bit more casual. Some percentage of them are going to say, wow, this is really cool. And what's the next level? How do we get those people interested? I think that having the big brands that we have here, the car manufacturers, like you pointed out, that helps. A lot of the brands that we work with at iRacing are reaching out to their customers who may not know about sim racing. They can learn about it. Initiatives like the Women's Arena is a fantastic thing, right? That's a market that's been severely underrepresented in sim racing. You know, the overall gaming market, it's much more even, not quite, but it's much better. Here in sim racing, it's been a boys club for a long time, and I think we need to expand that and get other groups to enjoy our passion, our hobby, right? I mean, everybody here loves what we do, whether you're working it, whether you're racing it, whether you're a coach, a painter. There's all kinds of things you can do in this industry, and we just need to let, you know, it sounds basic, but we need more people to know about it.
Yeah, and I fully agree about this. I think as a manufacturer in this industry, we have a responsibility to attract more people. Otherwise, sim racing will be soon a sport for old guys like us. I mean, in the future.
You speak for yourself.
But I mean, if we don't attract new people every year, then the hype will be lower and the golden age will be behind us. So we need to continue pushing the sim racing, and as manufacturer, we also need to provide good hardware at affordable price, because it's really good to see how the technology has improved. We have now simulators with such a level of technology inside. This is completely crazy, and you can find a lot of here. But also, we must not forget the beginners, and the beginners also need good stuff to get hyped by the sim racing at affordable price. So I truly believe that we must also focus on beginners and a good balance between performance and price to get the hype, to get people attracted by the sim racing, and when they try a product for the first time, they're like, wow, this is crazy, and this is not expensive, so I can jump into this new passion, and then improve and having expensive stuff, but at the beginning, start with something good.
It's actually interesting to know who are the new sim racers, for example, who are the new iRacing members who are subscribing right now. What age are they? Are you seeing more women? Are you seeing younger kids? I think you need to be 18 or to have a credit card at least
13,
for you, in your case. Or who is buying First Master wheels these days. We know a lot about beginners here because we are at Raceroom, we are free to play on Steam. That means that anybody vaguely interested in motorsport can just download the game. So we see that the age is, interestingly enough, going lower and lower. So that's a great sign. And this weekend, what I've seen is generations of sim racers. I've seen small kids and I've seen old people. And it's really nice to see these generations coming together this weekend. So,
I mean, here we saw some kids, they can barely touch the pedals. And this is a really expert show. We've been to a Paris Motor Show a few years ago, and it was mostly that with kids. And I truly think that this is the new sim racers in the future, because they try the product out of nowhere, like with a dad and the kids, and then they discover this is the crazy stuff. So
we have a drift experience at the Raceroom booth, and the best drifting I've seen was a 10-year-old who couldn't reach the brake. He didn't need the brake; he only needed the handbrake. So.
Tell you what, Joe, if you're ahead of the salesman, I'll give you that. So, final question from me, and I'm going to make it a little bit more difficult for you two, particularly. You can't mention your own game. What is the best sim racing or motor gaming or game you've ever played, and why?
It's a difficult question because you have like different point of views. Like, what is the best? Earlier you asked like, what is the best experience you had in sim racing from the past? That was GT Legends. Obviously today I'm going to say it's Raceroom. That's no surprise to you because
breaking the rule.
Because that's the product I believe in. That's the product that we are, putting our heart in for 10 years, more than 10 years actually. It's 2024 now, so it's been 13 years. And it's a small team of 15 people working for their passion. And
I respect you, but it's a boring answer.
Oh, sorry. So yeah.
Well, I think ask me maybe 15 years ago, I'd have a different opinion. But right now, I use a simulator as a tool, and the best tool that I use to develop my skills in the real race car is iRacing. And it's not because you're sat next to me, but it forces me to be accurate with my inputs on iRacing, which helps with my accuracy in real life. So that's why it's my tool, my go-to tool.
I think it truly depends on what you like, to be honest. We all know that iRacing is one of the probably best force feedback feeling, but race for me is also great. We had ACC since years now. AC Evo, I didn't have a chance to try it yet. But
me neither. I'm very curious.
Yeah, but still, I really think that some simulation has their own strength, and sometimes you can prefer that type of force feedback feeling, and some other guys will prefer the other one. So I think it's really depends on every single guy.
Hello? He spoke on your behalf. It's okay.
I was going to say iRacing, but I was cut off. So I think GPL was a game that there's some connections to iRacing, but when I played it, it made me realize just how hard racing was. Right? I mean, that game is hard to play, but as a kid and when I was younger, I kind of thought racing was, oh, that's easy. It's just driving a car, right? There's nothing, it's the same thing, right? But it's not. It's a totally different skill set, and that made me appreciate that. I never got very good at it, but on GPL, but it made me appreciate it and want to learn more. Like, what is this racing thing? Why is it different than driving to the store? And so that would be my choice.
Yeah, nostalgia is a very powerful tool for me. It's Tonka Touring Cars, but I will never play it again because I don't want it to be ruined for me. But thank you very much for your time, gentlemen. That's a nice panel there to discuss the golden eras of sim racing. We're going to head off for a couple of minutes. Yeah, you can give a round of applause if you like, no worries. We're going to head off for a couple of minutes, guys, and then we're going to end the show with me and Matta.
Need expert support for your sim racing setup? SimRig Support has you covered. With over 2,000 hours of experience, our team excels in diagnosing and resolving issues swiftly. Submit a ticket for remote help, send us your hardware with a prepaid label, or book an on-site visit. We handle all major brands from wheel to PC problems. Trust SimRig Support to keep you racing.
Happen for the ultimate partnership. Init Esports and Southwest Vision are teaming up to bring you SimExpo, where innovation meets the thrill of competition. The ADAC SimRacing Expo is not just evolving, it's going global. This world-renowned event is crossing the Atlantic for the first time ever, making its way to the US at South by Southwest 2025 in Austin, Texas as SimExpo. Austin, the live music capital of the world and one of the most iconic venues. The Long Center is the perfect stage for our US debut, right in the heart of downtown. South by Southwest is where the world's most creative minds gather, with over 228,000 attendees from 108 countries spanning more than 15 industries. It is a place where innovation thrives and boundaries are pushed, making it the ultimate destination to showcase your brand. This is your chance to be a part of something historic as the SimExpo makes its mark on the US for the first time. Don't miss this opportunity to join us at the start of a new era. Come and join us at the SimExpo 2025 at South by Southwest.
Welcome back to the SimRacing Expo 2024.
Yay.
Joining me is Matza. It feels like all day we've not bumped into each other, but it has been, to be fair.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Guys, that was a great day. I enjoyed it so much. It was, like, honestly, the panels on stage were amazing. Audience was amazing. So many people here, right here in the hall. It's just crazy, crazy cool. All the cars, all the sim rigs, I loved it.
Yeah, apparently we've exceeded the visitor numbers today than what we had all weekend last year. So fantastic support from the community.
Thank you so much for coming here. We are just blessed and honored. It's super, super nice.
But it doesn't end there, because we've got a full day of action for you tomorrow where we'll have some incredible panels.
Yes. Actually, I'm not quite sure if we can conduct it because we have this exhibitors party tonight. So let's see. Prepare yourself for some ugly faces tomorrow morning. But it's going to be awesome. We have, we discussed is hardware still improving and at what point. That's super interesting, I guess. We have women in motorsports, also how to set up a sim. All this is going to happen and take place right here on the stage.
My personal favorite is going to be Coanda, Redline, and BS Competition discussing rivalries in sim racing, which is going to be super exciting to watch.
Yes, and of course we have the digital GT 500 race, which is going to be awesome and amazing at the same time, I guess.
Well, that's it from me and Matza. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you.
Need expert support for your sim racing setup? SimRig Support has you covered. With over 2,000 hours of experience, our team excels in diagnosing and resolving issues swiftly. Submit a ticket for remote help, send us your hardware with a prepaid label, or book an on-site visit. We handle all major brands from wheel to PC problems. Trust SimRig Support to keep you racing.
Happen for the ultimate partnership. ADAC Sports and Southwest Vision are teaming up to bring you SimExpo, where innovation meets the thrill of competition. The ADAC SimRacing Expo is not just evolving, it's going global. This world-renowned event is crossing the Atlantic for the first time ever, making its way to the U.S. at South by Southwest 2025 in Austin, Texas as SimExpo. Austin, the live music capital of the world and one of the most iconic venues. The Long Center is the perfect stage for our U.S. debut, right in the heart of downtown. South by Southwest is where the world's most creative minds gather, with over 228,000 attendees from 108 countries spanning more than 15 industries. It is a place where innovation thrives and boundaries are pushed, making it the ultimate destination to showcase your brand. This is your chance to be a part of something historic as the SimExpo makes its mark on the U.S. for the first time. Don't miss this opportunity to join us at the start of a new era. Come and join us at the SimExpo 2025 at South by Southwest.